good to try and win that challenge, but it's still getting back out towards midfield, nothing towards the net. Stints that opener from Complexity as this is cleared out. Right back to CRR, and this Vatira. Slow play. Slow play. Not going to be afforded any time at all. CRR is all over it, and he goes all the way across to challenge Exotic as well. Exotic, the better of the two, got it to Itachi, now through the corner. Loose ball opportunity for Vatira, but it's AJG in the way. Itachi now, second touch. Look at second touch. Looking to set up Exotic. He puts it in reverse and has to retreat.
You can see a little awkward there on the side of Exotic. The K-Corp now starting to take their time moving forward. Raise Bull there with the intercept though, putting K-Corp in a tough spot. Exotic though, great follow-up there to get the save out. Still more pressure as Complexity have been keeping this ball on the blue half, looking to see if they can break through the blue wall once again.
A lot of people have maybe written this matchup off thinking it's Karmines to lose, but this is a Complexity squad that is going to bring it. Vatira lobbed to the backboard. Everybody's got to get back and get boost. Itachi's finally got some, but an Exotic gets beaten by Rizbol on the ground. Up ahead now, he's got the full from midfield. CRR can't get in the way, but there's AJG. Had to make a challenge and had to be good with it.
Complexity couldn't keep up the pressure. Both Rizbol and CRR had to leave that ball, so a little bit of space given to Karmine Corp. But look at that, quick challenges from AJG. Complexity have been so fast with the ball. Demo on the play again, forcing Exotic to dive, and Karmine Corp have been playing catch-up.
And great recognition by Exotic as well. Plan A wasn't there thanks to the demolition, so he had to be the backup, had to jump into action very quickly. He did. It remains a 1-0 game, but for how much longer? This one free to the wing for Exotic. Vatira's there on the side, and he's trying to play them like a fiddle, but AJG will have it through traffic, and he stops Itachi from centering. He's still having a tough time on the sidewall. Stayed with the play, though. Itachi, last touch, still denied by CRR.
Exotic trying to intercept that ball. Karmine Corp want to be able to turn this around. Pass, shot by Vatira, but blocked away. Demo on the play, but there's no follow-up. Exotic's a little late. Exotic has Itachi, he's playing it off the back wall, but Race Bulls gets 3. Complexity able to clear things out. There was so much danger, but now they're trying to turn it around.
Exotic into his own net, falling away to pop that ball up to Itachi, and he's quickly out, but it's Vatira. We heard MVP chants during the video earlier. He's got to step up and be exactly that. Somebody has to get a hand up here, and it was Vatira with 20 seconds left. Back around the boards now, Vatira to clear right at CRR. They need a second car on this to KC, but not at the same time. Itachi and Exotic almost ran into each other. It is still loose in front with 5 seconds. They cannot break out of the zone. Complexity have locked down the blue wall and taken game 1.
And Dusseldorf comes alive. What a start on the side of Karmine Corp. Well, I should say on the side of Complexity. Karmine Corp, it felt like they were the team playing catch-up the entire time. So much pressure. And now, they've got to start to rethink their strategy. This one really did come down to a speed test, though. Those midfield challenges, so much speed from Complexity, AJG especially, all over the field. As you take a look at our Mobile One high-performance replay, he started off with a beautiful goal, and that momentum kept Complexity moving forward.
That goal gets better and better every time you look at it. You learn to appreciate what you get from the best of the best in the world. And Complexity get a 1-0 shutout to shut down the blue wall. People across the way not so happy. Behind us, they absolutely loved it.
It's going to be a shout match.
Oh yeah.
There's 2 battles going on right here.
There really are. There really are. There's, of course, the blue wall across the way. Vitality fans waiting for their team to play later on tonight. But now we go to game 2. There is still another team involved here, Complexity, the team that happened to win game 1. And boy, did they look impressive defensively in doing so against a high-powered attack.
Gotta give Karmine Corp the credit. It was a 1-goal game, but the shot opportunities were not there. They spent most of the time on the defensive end, and even their breakout chances weren't necessarily that great. Almost a good shot there from CRR just off the bar. Complexity will have to try again. But so far, great opening look from them. They're keeping up that pace that they started game 1 with.
Complexity scored in game 1 on its first opportunity of the series. They almost repeated that effort, got at least to the crossbar. Not a great sign for Karmine Corp. Maybe cause to feel just a little on edge as it's Exotic to his own corner. Left the boost, and CRR will steal it away from Itachi. Vatira waiting on the near post, but it's Exotic that comes back, and a race to the other corner boost, won by CRR again. Complexity are really trying to pin down K-Corp by denying them boosts.
They are playing off of K-Corp's uncomfortability here, and they know it. K-Corp, you can see the boost totals right now, so low from them. They're still trying, but look, almost zeros for the entire team there for a second, and now Complexity get to move upfield. Here comes Razebull, does get the flip reset, tried to get the dunk from Vatira, but he's able to hold on defensively.
Somebody's got to tell our observer Crasher, listen, you don't need to put a camera on CRR, just put it on the ball. He's everywhere the ball seems to be right now. Razebull on that effort. Now CRR again through the corner, and Itachi's there to make sure it goes nowhere close. But now AJG with Exotic coming across. He got that corner boost, then dives for his efforts, and now Itachi can't quite follow that play. CRR denied by Vatira.
Defense from Karmine Corp has settled, but the offense has not been seen. They've been playing again from their own back half. Most of this game, again, is complete what they can do to get back half. Most of this game, again, is complete what they can do to get past the demos. They can do to get past the demos have been working. They've been laying their offense, but if they can't score on some of these plays forward, it's only a matter of time. Razebull gets the flick over. AJG has to correct, so CRR will play it off the corner. Demo on the play. CRR tried to see if he could get a fake, but Itachi didn't bite.
Boy, Complexity came oh so close to getting another big strike. Itachi's double tap denied, and now Vatira to the skies. Doesn't have a lot to work with. CRR back out towards Razebull. He could not chase it fully. Now AJG stopped by Itachi, but nobody's got a lot of boost for Karmine Corp. Now they do. Vatira going to work again. Razebull denies the first effort, and Karmine Corp just haven't had a strong follow-up. The first effort is okay, but they've got to make their money on the second and third chances.
The follow-ups haven't been good, but also those off-ball plays haven't been effective as well. Complexity's been set. Itachi's up, but no, Razebull still gets the deny. You're starting to look at the boost here from Complexity. They're low, but AJG's on the ball, and he gets a good clearance. CRR can pick this up now, and now it's a race. Exotic, smart dive there to pull off Razebull.
Yeah, Razebull turned back. He was expecting a big shot. It turned into a pass and really threw off Complexity, but they're still deep in K-Corp territory yet again. Angles downward, Razebull just a little too slow for Itachi, and now Vatira again stopped by AJG, and where's the follow-up? It comes from Exotic. Net is open, but AJG is all over the ball.
Oh, Vatira can get there. AJG playing the sidewall, but it's Exotic. Smart move to play around him. Razebull will clear it, but it's been a deadlock so far. Only 3 shots from Complexity, only 2 registered from Karmine Corp. We got 1:30 remaining in regulation for game 2. That's how close this ball has been moving back and forth between these two teams.
11 shots between the two squads, 6 for Complexity in game 1, 5 for K-Corp in that opener. They're just about even here as well, but the edge still belongs to Complexity, and they've had the majority of possession, and it continues now. Razebull almost got it down to CRR. Now Exotic through. Razebull's got to be careful with this, and he has been, as he avoids Itachi, and he avoids Vatira as well. It's Exotic that has to come up here in the final minute, and once again, another defensive grind between these two squads. Didn't expect this at all after the first minute of game 1.
I mean, you just don't expect initially going in to see Complexity's form. These challenges in the air have been phenomenal. They've been shutting down Karmine Corp, not allowing them to get the freedom to control the play. K-Corp has had to work so much harder to get the ball in the offensive front. As we approach the final 30 seconds, Complexity has just been so much faster.
Exotic, all he can do is just guy it up and hope Itachi can get there. Instead it falls to Vatira. A demolition behind the play opens the door for AJG, but he doesn't have a teammate in the midfield, so this falls right down to Vatira after his demolition leveled the playing field. Final 8 seconds now before we head to overtime. Vatira bombs it away. CRR just waiting patiently. It'll skim along the ground. Razebull has it. How greedy will he get? Just content to go to OT. Hey, their first couple of starts have been great. Why not?
Overtime here in game 2. Kickoff. seem to have been in favor of Complexity. He's in a tough spot. Pressure coming out from Karmine Corp, but Complexity able to deny. They have to make sure, again, not to overextend. You can see Karmine Corp looking for some of these challenges, ready to jump on the ball whenever they get a chance.
This is Netward. Raise Bull up, but Itachi there as well. Again, tremendous recognition. Not taking a break. Raise Bull, double, almost on target. And now it's K-Corp breaking out. Exotic way downfield, stealing boost, not getting any contact. And Raise Bull just sends that across. Missed opportunity for the blue wall, but we're still scoreless in overtime of game 2. Back and forth. It's starting to turn into a bit of a track meet, but nobody's getting home.
No one's getting home, and we're also starting to see a little bit less physicality here. Karmine Corp in a tough spot defensively right now, but AJG, he's going to pull off. Chance here for Itachi. Shot on target. Raise Bull will get the save.
Much to the delight of the Golden fans behind us, but here goes Exotic. Leaves it for Itachi. Off the backboard and again cleared away by CRR. Easily done, so now Vatira goes back to the drawing board. Up third in the tank and just could not get by. It does fall to Exotic, and he's denied by Raise Bull. He beats 2 and Complexity. Send them away again.
Yeah, but CRR got bumped by Raise Bull, wanted to control that ball. Instead, AJG will have to do it with half a tank. Now Itachi on the ball. Vatira out of boost. Still going to try to see if he can set up a play downfield. Exotic, no. Raise Bull going to send that over to the corner. The awareness from Complexity in terms of where Karmine Corp has been on the field has been phenomenal. They've been able to shut things down way before they get started.
7 goals for AJG in this main event, and his 1 strike here is the only goal we've had. This is a team that has CRR, who's led the main event coming into today in scoring. It probably still would if LJ didn't drop a dozen in our first series. Back downfield again, Exotic for CRR. No, Raise Bull is the one that's going to clear it away. I thought CRR might have pounded it off the backboard. And now it's AJG. He'll delay, little catch and release, then Exotic there to challenge. But nothing that makes you think that K-Corp's about to score. They had maybe 1 good look in OT, and after that, back and forth they go.
Oh, whoa, a little bit of confusion there. CRR has to wrap around and pick this up. Both teams looking to fight. AJG trying to play it off the back wall, but there's Exotic. Exotic following. You see Itachi playing so close, looking to help out with the 50. Instead, he'll be on the side wall. AJG will have to force him back. If Vatira is sitting with 100 boosts waiting for a chance to challenge, will come through, but again, just 50 out from Raise Bull. Complexity's second man challenge has been so quick. It denies Karmine Corp the freedom to advance like they normally have. This ball into space. AJG tried to go for a back pass to Raise Bull, but Raise Bull will have to retreat. He wasn't in the right position.
The idea was there, the execution was not, and K-Corp almost capitalized. They still could, though Exotic couldn't get to this. So Itachi has to turn. Vatira's all the way back. And now CRR up ahead. Vatira uses all that boost that he retreated for to feather this down towards the ground. AJG looking to center. Itachi, again, just a little too quick onto the play. That goes across to Vatira. And Itachi was there. That looked like maybe a pass towards Itachi, but he just wasn't in position for it. Didn't have enough behind it.
Felt like Itachi also tried to fake out Raise Bull, see if he could catch him moving a little too fast. Again, Complexity have made sure not to get too quickly to the point where they put themselves in awkward spots, but while also making sure to beat K-Corp to the ball. We're approaching the 4-minute mark in game 2 OT, and no signs show signs of weakness. Maybe a chance here for Complexity, but oh no, AJG and CRR, they bumped each other. CRR now on the wall, has to try to at least buy some time for Complexity to reposition.
AJG lob ahead for CRR, but he couldn't get it down to a teammate, so now Raise Bull could not commit to that play, and a good thing as he got back to his own backboard. CRR to his right, nothing doing there, so AJG will have to start the attack. Got through Exotic.
Oh,
flip, reset, and CRR wins it in OT! What an effort out of AJG!
AJG fights for the play, and it pays off big! Complexity pushed forward after K-Corp tried to do everything to stop him. It's 2 for Complexity.
Karmine Corp yet to get on the scoreboard, and you wonder if Eversax wants a timeout here after 2-0. That is the man, or the look of a man that is watching things start to slip away, but right there, El Toro is feeling the love from at least one half of the PSD Bank Dome here in Dusseldorf. 2-0 to Complexity, and we'll look back at all the near misses. So many opportunities on either side, but most of them right at the blue backboard as Complexity finally breaks through after 9+ minutes to take game 2, and we do indeed have a timeout called by K-Corp.
Now, like you said, after 9+ minutes of gameplay, 8 shots from Complexity, 7 shots from Karmine Corp as they take the timeout. So much Rocket League being played, and it's really easy in this environment, especially to get in your head. It's going to be up to Everstacks to get them back locked in.
1 goal for CRR, 1 for AJG, and that's it. That's the only offense that Complexity have been able to muster. It's all they've needed. This place has been raucous for 2 straight days, and it's only going to get better as we continue on through the weekend. The playoffs begin tonight with 1 more match to go in the group stage after this. This kind of main event feel for Complexity and K-Corp has delivered a masterpiece, but right now it is all Complexity.
Biggest thing for Complexity, staying locked in. They've been playing a very fast game of Rocket League, and it's been down to the wire, game by game. No team really looks like they've had too much control. Even with Complexity's offensive pressure, they can have as much pressure as they want, but they haven't been able to get those goals going. There's the goal! It's goal!
That is deafening. 1-12. There was a sign earlier that said no KC, no party. Oh, the party may be reaching its end unless this timeout yields some results for the blue wall. CRR waiting and watching Razebull go to work. Vatira around the corner, got past 1. And we'll see if Karmine Corp has renewed energy. They got this one at least in front, but again, no shot coming out of it. Through much of that overtime, the shots were even at 6-6.
That's how close this one has been, but also it just shows you offensively and defensively, these guys have been matched up very well. And Complexity have had that game plan. They've approached things with a strong pace. We're seeing a little bit of pressure early on, but nothing that Vatira can't handle. How K-Corp come out of this timeout is going to be crucial to the rest of this series. How it's going to go. Chance there for Vatira! One on the board for Karmine!
Their MVP comes through. Exotic with a great pass to set up Vatira. This time, they got the defense just a little bit slow. And Karmine Corp get their first goal of the series. It comes after 14, almost 15 minutes of gameplay in the early stages of Game 3. Now Vatira up to Itachi. Can K-Corp build on this? Hasn't been the high-flying, high-scoring series we might have expected, so can Complexity even answer? CRR's gonna try, and he's denied by Vatira. Follow-up now, AJG, double tap lined up, and that's stuffed away as well.
Look at all the work Complexity are doing. Everything has been matched though by Karmine Corp. They finally gained the lead. The way this series could go, they could hold on to it. They could probably even extend it. We have to see how Complexity can handle playing from behind.
Drop down right at midfield for AJG. He was hoping Razebull would be up a little bit higher on that corner wall. Instead, it's coming right back in their face. Drops down, Vatira thought about it, peels off, and he'll take this instead from the side wall. Let Exotic get boosted up, and he'll need it to start the counterattack. That's not coming forward. CRR instead, or AJG got it across, and now Itachi will finish the clearance for KC.
This could be a tough spot for Complexity. You're seeing a little bit of mistakes there. Razebull able to get control of it.
That's the Rocket League equivalent of a trust ball.
Well, that shows you the trust also in both these teams. Complexity and K-Corp, both times players have missed, but it hasn't been something that puts teams in a position where they give up goals. Approaching the halfway point right now of Game 3. Blue Wall scores once, and they've continued to be a wall ever since. Meanwhile, Complexity, you're starting to see a little bit of frustration from them, not being able to get anything going.
Oh, big shot here off the corner, and they cleared away. Not just enough to have a natural rebound. It caught a deflection on the way out and ended up all the way down in the K-Corp half, but now Exotic runs out of gas, so Vatira gives chase, and that does not work out for the blue wall either. Exotic will at least park it at midfield, try and dump it back in, and slow down Complexity. Itachi's second touch not there, and this goes all the way across for AJG, trying to work in tandem, downfield, and denied.
Oh, but I like the idea, though. Raceball tried to get it past AJG. Once he recognized that it was in trouble, he ended up getting a block out. Oh, my, Vatira! Look at him roar!
He had this all lined up. Did AJG thought, yeah, I've got the save. Surely Raceball has it right. No. 2-0. Vatira.
You do not want to get him going. He stood out his chair and had some words after that one.
That dog starts barking a lot like Arsenal on the space station side. Vatira's a different animal when he becomes unchained. Out to the corner now, and he's still going after that with, what, 15 in the tank. Exotic managed to grab that full boost and could not get around AJG cleanly, so Itachi looking ahead for him. And CRR was there, good positioning at Complexity, who are far from out of this.
Army Corp once again, DTM is trying to disrupt as much as possible. Final minute remaining, a comfortable 2-goal lead for K-Corp, but they gotta hold on.
You know who would have games like this back in the day? God, I feel old saying that. Classics would just have these games where things aren't going well and all of a sudden it's just give me the ball and get out of the way. K-Corp has 2 goals from 4 shots. All of that comes from Vatira. Exotic and Itachi yet to register a shot in this game as Raceball will bring it forward. He's got CRR running interference. Can Complexity make a game of this? It drops down to Exotic and blocked by AJG, so it stays in the zone only for a moment. Back downfield as Complexity have to defend now with 20 seconds, facing a 2-goal deficit at the hands of Vatira and the blue wall.
AJG trying to lob that downfield. Vatira had just enough boost to get there. Final 10 seconds. Complexity on the back end. Karmine Corp holding their line and standing tall. Timeout successful. Karmine Corp have their first win of the series. Complexity will push the ball downfield one more time, but they will run it to the wall, who will send it all the way back. And we may have a series on our hands here.
Yes, we do. Scoreless for about 15 minutes of gameplay, and they answer back with the full complement of Complexity's offense. 2-0, the scoreline in Game 3 on DFH, and now we look ahead to Game 4 and see just how much the timeout buff works for Karmine Corp. They have turned the momentum in this series as we look back at, well, the Vatira highlight reel. Exotic assisted both of them, but it's Vatira with his 2 strikes and nearly a third that you just saw nearly pinched away. And he is roaring now. Look on the right side, not the numbers Complexity wants to see if they're going to hold off the blue wall for much longer.
But when you have a big-time player like Vatira on the team, that's something that you come to expect, a performance like his. Shot 2 for 4, 4 saves on the back end. He was everywhere he needed to be from K-Corp, and he made an impact. Now it's time for Karmine Corp to build, because they're still down in the series, and for Complexity, adjustments have to be made. This will be a big game for Complexity. Still can put this series on match point, but you can see Karmine Corp starting to fight back.
Complexity is the only North American team here that has a winning record against Europe. It's only 3-2. Meanwhile, the Blue Wall has not lost to a North American team this season in 5 tries. Will they make it 6-0? Can they come back from a 2-0 series deficit? They're well on their way after a 2-0 shutout in Game 3. CRR can only delay the inevitable. Here comes Exotic down to Itachi. Neither of them had a shot in that previous game, but now they get at least 1 registered, and the offense going a little bit more for K-Corp.
Oh, well. I like that here from Vatira. Just again, a couple of big challenges and then trying to go up, just forcing that aerial. See, it just sets up the person in the back end for Army Corps to control the pace of play. They're trying to move upfield and a little bit of physicality coming on the side of complexity. But here's Vatira off the back wall trying to get that straight down. AJG, clutch touch as Itachi was waiting.
I think Itachi just had to wait an extra moment there just in case it was cleared. It wasn't pretty, but I guess it works out for complexity. AJG gonna bring this to ground. Itachi had the read too, and he just kind of stonewalled him the whole way. And now Vatira with plenty to work with. Itachi as well. CRR is gonna bring it back, and that boost spawned right underneath them. Fortunate break for complexity. They're not gonna turn it into any offense though. Exotic lining it up, and that's a great clear. Even better with the shot, but Vatira had it scouted.
So more pressure. Razebull couldn't get there fast enough. And AJG trying to keep this in play. Army Corp a little low on boost. Complexity looking for a way in. Ball still being played in the corner though. This is very easy to defend if you're Army Corp. Exotic is gonna try to take this one downfield. Good control, gets the 50 win. That's gonna go straight down, and Razebull's there to meet it.
A good testing ball there by CRR, but it's served right up to Vatira, who could not connect with Exotic. Doesn't matter, they still get a quality look in front of the box. Itachi dished down to Vatira, it's still loose, and AJG just got it away from Exotic. Great heads-up play on both ends. Complexity slightly better of the two, but there's still a mess right now defensively. Itachi got it through one, but cleared away.
And you see Army Corp that they're moving quickly. Anytime Complexity make a mistake, they are jumping on top of the ball. Complexity are surviving though, but by the skin of their teeth, as K-Corps try to ramp things up and put the pressure on.
Razebull again. He's got by one. Getting by one's the easy part. The second and third, not so much. Itachi's downfield! And CRR didn't recognize it in time! Itachi with some Moroccan mastery!
Vatira sets it up, and Itachi knocks it down. When going up against Army Corp, you have to have your eyes everywhere. He sat in the back end, waited for his opportunity, and hit the strike.
That's his 10th goal of the main event to lead all scorers on K-Corp. There's a reason they kept this guy and effectively built the team around him. It's worked out. CRR across now to Razebull as Complexity now facing a scoring drought of their own. They haven't scored since that Game 2 overtime winner from CRR. Exotic shot tests Razebull, but he passes.
Complexity frustrated at this point. Not able to get anything offensively. Sat in the back end as a Army Corp testing ball. Exotic shot. It's a light one, and AJG was there to meet it. But you see Vatira trying to crash the play. So is Exotic. Great turn for them to keep it alive and in the midfield. And even Itachi dives to meet that one. They are not giving ground to Complexity, forcing their way through, fighting for any type of possession.
Oh, Vatira quickly downfield. K-Corp moving a lot faster now. Razebull got a clear one, and he does, trying to find his teammate CRR, and at least made the connection, but not a meaningful one. Back downfield, deep into the Complexity corner. K-Corp spent a lot of time on the two orange corners of the field. Here's AJG with CRR running in front, and a save made by Vatira, who breaks out with Itachi and tests CRR. So again, Complexity forced to defend very, very quickly. They can't even express any disappointment in their attack not getting to pay dirt because they've got K-Corp right on their doorstep over and over and over again to the tune of 7 shots.
Chance there for a breakout, but once Army Corp get back instead of defense, it becomes that much harder. Razebull trying to open up the play. AJG shot denied! Follow no, CR has to hurry back! 30 seconds remaining! Complexity, they gotta go, they won't get too many more opportunities!
And not many more like that in the whole series. It's Itachi looking to put it away, and what a save by AJG. He knows a thing or two about that, and Razebull makes another. That keeps Complexity alive here in Game 4, trying to force match point. K-Corp looking to tie the series with the final 6 seconds. Loose ball in front. It's CRR first. AJG out for Razebull.
It's a high
looking
ball
for the tie, but the bank is closed, and we're all tied up.
Back and forth, punch for punch. Complexity started and adapted. And they are now even here in the scoreline. This is anyone's series.
The drums are banging over in 004 and beyond as K-Corp have come back with a pair of dubs. And that shot just looks cinematic as we look back at yet another shutout at the hands of Karmine Corp. Neither team has won a game where the opposition has scored. That strike from Itachi, his first of this series, 10th in the event. Karmine Corp have it rolling now. Consecutive shutouts, and just as K-Corp took a timeout after being shut out for 14 plus minutes, we have a timeout now from Complexity, so they'll all be burned out with the series tied 2 games apiece.
Big timeout for Complexity. The matches have been close, but Karmine Corp have turned things around. They've got to figure out how to get an edge here. After this point, it is straight Rocket League. However you're feeling, you have to be locked in from this moment on if you want to make top 8.
One thing that strikes me is, of course, the change in demeanor from the Complexity squad. They realize now the kind of fight they're up against. I think the mistake they made was ever daring to smile up on that stage while Vatira was across the way. There is no happiness allowed when you're staring down that pitfall. And now, 2 games apiece. The Oasis is waiting for the end of this timeout, and we'll see if Complexity will achieve the same level of success that K-Corp has following their timeout after game 2.
Just anticipation in the room. Does the North, are you ready?
We touched 112 briefly again. They've got a big reason to be excited. 2 of them, in fact. The 2 blue pips under K-Corp. Now we go to the Oasis to break a 2-all tie. Oh, Vatira. For Itachi. No, he's going to take it himself. Itachi's still there. Well, this is not the start that Complexity wanted. Coming out of a timeout, they're playing more and more defense. Vatira denied by RaiseBull.
You can feel the tension in the air as everyone goes up for these individual plays. Itachi trying to wrap it around. Exotic, nice pop. Vatira's up early. That one will go straight down. RaiseBull, a great read on it. No one can get the follow-up, so Itachi will control once again. He's only got 18 boost. Has to work with what he has. Wanted to get the bump on CRR, but CRR able to knock it away in midfield.
Low play out of Exotic, and RaiseBull not content to wait. AJG not waiting either. Complexity being a lot more aggressive now. Can K-Corp adjust to this look out of Complexity? Vatira, unbothered. He'll dive in, steal some boost. Ran into Exotic on his way back. That slows down K-Corp, but to what extent? Seemingly none of consequence.
It's all about who was going to make that mistake and who was going to capitalize here. AJG, not the best touch. Itachi a little awkward, so CRR will go and get the challenge. He pulls out 2. RaiseBull, 51 boost as he goes into the air. Exotic, though, with the read on the back wall, able to deny. And you see Vatira just trying to chase it down. Not trying to let Complexity get too much room here for free with the ball, and also trying to make sure they waste as much boost as possible. Big touch from RaiseBull, leaves that one, not going to be able to get the follow-up read. Here's AJG, can't get the dunk on Exotic as well, and Itachi up so early to try to get the push downfield going.
He must be so frustrating for Complexity to play against right now, because he has a couple of times stopped those slow plays through the air. This time, it's RaiseBull El Corro who comes through.
Set up on the play, light touch, CRR gets the bump on Itachi. He creates the opening, and RaiseBull sinks it in.
Their first goal since an overtime winner from CRR in Game 2. What a relief now for Complexity. Every game so far has been a shutout, and a low-scoring one at that. Game 1 threatened to be a shootout. It was anything but. This goes across to AJG. He's got time, but it's running out. Could not go for the corner boost, had to leave it behind. And Itachi got a piece of this, so Exotic can finish the clearance, but it's fallen back to the center. AJG cleared for takeoff. Raised bull there. Where's the follow-up from CRR? He has to stay back, but Tira got up in a hurry.
Oh, but good challenge there from CRR. Exotic now last back. AJG with the win. And Exotic, once again, that recovery. Had 0 boost there, and now he'll get Dimbo, so he'll be back in time. And Itachi can keep this ball upfield. That being said, Karmine Corp have a lot of work to do. You can see Complexity starting to ramp up. They've been so much more controlled.
Just as that ball got across, great audible there by Vatira to try and set that up for a teammate, but it did not work out. Complexity still leads, but for how much longer? Exotic to Vatira's right.
Oh,
he'll take it
Vatira!
himself, though. For Itachi now, and he has to slow play with AJG diving across. The opportunity just quite didn't present itself, but now this could fall right to Vatira, and he will slow play and wait, almost like he's trying to bait Complexity in just a little bit and get them to overextend.
Oh, chance there. CRR and Racebull both in the back end. Racebull did pick up that boost. CRR now on the ball. Tried to see if he can line up the double. But it'll be AJG looking to reposition himself, find the best way into the play. Itachi again, great touches out into the side, just slowing down the play as Complexity are trying to get some of these solo plays in to bring Karmine Corp's defense out, get that follow-up pressure. Their follow-ups have been very solid this game, but again, not to overextend. Dimmo's on the play, left and right. It's a free ball.
We know this series will at least go to the bright lights of Neo Tokyo, but who will have the upper hand? Right now it's Complexity trying to hold on for another minute, and they've kind of got K-Corp locked down again. We've seen them get a lot closer than they had in the previous shutouts, but still unable to break through the Complexity defense. It's a different kind of blue wall on the orange side as CRR is stopped by Itachi. Vatira's shadowing, waiting to see what AJG does. Picks it away. Itachi and a tie game!
Just like that, off of a snap, K-Corp strike. AJG in a tough spot. 50 goes perfectly to Vatira, and he gives the dime to Itachi. All of a sudden, it's anybody's ball game.
4 shots for K-Corp, 5 for Complexity. Only 40 seconds separate us from another overtime as Itachi. Boy, if he had scored that, it might have been K-Corp's series, period. Now Exotic has that go right to Vatira. Could be trouble. CRR taking advantage of that little hesitation there. Vatira had to wait as an attacker was diving by. And now they got to play a little conservatively with Complexity starting to bear down on him. 20 seconds remain. Overtime looming at Deadeye Canyon. AJG doesn't have a teammate in the midfield, so he's got to take it himself. No follow-up because of the demolition. Raiseball in there late. 7 seconds remain. Exotic whiffed on it, and this should go to overtime. Barring something catastrophic out of either side, we have sudden death to break a 2-2 tie.
And things to change even here off the kickoff. Goes straight down the middle. 50 on the play. CRR back in time. Used all his boost to get it to Raiseball. Both teams starting to get reset here. But all it takes is one mistake, one moment. AJG trying to set it up. And the ball!
Well. After all that, K-Corp had their chances, they let him go by the wayside, and it's the 7th shot, Raiseball's 3rd, that gives him his 2nd goal and puts Complexity 5 minutes away from taking down the blue wall and leaving only 2 French powerhouses here at the World Championship.
What a performance from Complexity. We take a look at the highlights one last time. I said it, it only takes a moment. And look at AJG create that, and for Raiseball to get there in time. Now, K-Corp stunned. There are no more timeouts. We are loading up Neo Tokyo. And it's gonna be up to Karmine Corp to try to adjust here in the time we have left. But Complexity are 1 game away from top 8 here at the World Championship.
Nearly 500 points from the bull who sharpened his horns and is looking to charge one more time through the streets of Neo Tokyo, headlong into a blue wall. Will he break through. Will Complexity finish the job, or does Champions Field await? Just got another thanks to a lot of interference. The bump by Ray's Bull, that touch from Itachi, desperate as it was good enough without Ray's Bull coming through. Complexity strike first, and now Itachi's got to work quickly for K-Corp. They cannot allow this momentum to continue. Oh, what a touch by Vatira. Exotic for Itachi, who does it again!
They fight back! Vatira, what a touch! Exotic plays the 50 perfectly, and it's an open look for Itachi! They will not go down quietly!
Top 8 in the fall. They won the winter, 3rd in the spring. They've been all over it. One thing's remained constant, though. They've at least been there at the end.
It's
in
open.
the top 8, and they're headed towards Champions Field if stuff like that continues.
Desperate play that didn't need to happen on the side of Complexity, and they give that one right to K-Corp. 2 back-to-back goals. Lots of time left here in Game 6.
Make it 13 now for Itachi to lead his team. All the talk about who the MVP might be off of this squad. I'll give you an answer. Start waving the Moroccan flag. Exotic down towards Itachi. He beat Ray's Bull to the punch with no boost of the tank at Ray's Bull. And Avatira keeps us in the zone, but finally cleared out by the Bull. He was able to get some boost finally, and Complexity much better off for it. They are still facing a deficit in a closeout opportunity against a team that you cannot let those opportunities go by against.
Ooh, Ray's Bull trying to see if he can set up the redirect. TRR goes to opt for the boost steal. Now ball on the orange side. TRR has to get a good touch here. 50s Itachi, I should say. And Ray's Bull now on top of the ball. Gets that one past Vati. And Exotic will spin the back. Vatira, though, high ball redirect. TRR, good touch. Itachi was playing the miss. And now K-Corp got to try to keep this one alive. They're on the retreat, though.
Complexity have been so great defensively, keeping K-Corp at bay. But they still find themselves trailing. Exotic narrowly gets this one through. AJG's going to stay with this and let one attacker go by. Ray's Bull, slow play, nothing there, and Itachi, who's done it again. We've seen him time and time again just be an absolute wall that nobody can get past. Up high here, AJG for the rebound. He has to watch it go, and Ray's Bull will have to collect it with a full tank.
Yeah, AJG was hanging around, he was low boost. He really wanted to steal that corner before he left. TRR now trying to apply the pressure. Good touch from Itachi to Vatira. Vatira, a lot of boost. This could be dangerous for Complexity. Flip reset past one, but Ray's Bull able to clear it out of danger. Halfway through Game 6 right now. Complexity are trading possession with Karmi Corp, but K-Corp showing no signs of letting this one go for free.
K-Corp as well, shutting down those contingency options. Loose ball here, and Itachi got to it again. He is everywhere, just as TRR was at the start of this series. Ray's Bull to lob it forward, but Tira's not letting it through. Second touch, got by, looking to throw it across, but AJG's there. It's not cleared, but this time saved away off to the corner. Not out of the woods just yet. Exotic coming in, running out of boost, running out of time to find somebody, and instead, it just bounces harmlessly to the corner for now.
Complexity starting to crumble. The blue wall feels reinforced. How will Complexity be able to adjust? Itachi, free ball. Has the flip, uses it, wants to get the dunk, but it's denied out. Vatira can only keep that in play as AJG clears this out, but Complexity been pushed to their back wall so many times, and it's killing time off the clock. It's killing opportunities from them as well. Ray's Bull can't set that up. CRR gets bumped, so AJG's last back. He's only got 3 boosts. He's got to make the touch. He gets bumped out the way, and Itachi will score again!
A hat trick in a must-win spot for Itachi and K-Corp. Ray's Bull almost got there, but almost only counts in horseshoes. 3-1 with 80 seconds remaining.
It feels like we're getting closer and closer to Champions Field. There's still time for Complexity, but now it feels like they're being outpaced and outclassed. This is Karmine Corp when they're in form.
Oh, drop down again. They cannot let that ball go cleanly out to an oncoming attacker. And if that continues to happen, Game 7 could be very long. Still final minute here. It's still very much a game, but Complexity are watching this closeout opportunity slip away. Itachi trying to make something out of nothing. Not happening. But Tira, little slow to the play. Ray's Bull outpaces him, and Complexity's back within 1.
The Bull charges, turns things around, takes it for himself, and gets it past the entire blue wall. He puts it into the top right, and he gives Complexity a shining star of hope. But can they get one more?
All-important kickoff here with 45 seconds. It's the Bull trying to show his horns, not this time. Exotic giving chase, so too is TRR. It falls to Itachi. Worst case scenario for Complexity, but Vatira couldn't dive forward in time. There's only one man to beat. It's Exotic, but he's up to the task.
Up to the task, but they got to get the ball out. Clear to the midfield. Ray's Bull on his way back, denies the corner. TRR takes that away from Vatira. Big push here for Complexity. They've got to make it work. 50 up, Exotic up so quickly, and that's going to put him to the back wall again.
The final countdown of Game 6. Champions Field on the horizon. They're starting to light it up, and when this ball touches ground, we'll see you for Game 7.
Something's gotta give. Left and right, this series has been everything and more. What a performance from Complexity to start, but what a bounce back from Karmine Corp. We're going into Game 7, but this could go any way.
It could, and if K-Corp is going to maintain its perfect record against North America, they'll have to do something they have not done all season long, if you can believe this. Win Game 7 on Champions Field. Look back again at the Mobile One High Performance replay and the pop-off as Itachi drags K-Corp kicking and screaming to Champions Field. He will not be denied as he continues his impressive run here at the World Championship.
And the crowd continues to show
What's not to love about this?
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all entertained here. Greatness isn't given, it's earned. 5 minutes on the clock, only one goes to top 8.
Top 8 awaits either K-Corp or Complexity. No room for error, no room for a simple lapse of focus. CRR has options downfield. He sailed it high, no rebound. And now Vatira. Any clear downfield by either of these sides could turn into a lethal strike. It is edge of your seat stuff with the tension building here in Dusseldorf.
And an arena at the edge of their seats waiting to erupt. who's gonna be the one to start it off. Complexity, be very careful. But Karmine Corp ready to strike! Exotic!
How many goals do you think Exotic had coming into this game? As many as I did. That's his first, and what a time to break it out. 44 seconds into Game 7.
And Karmine Corp set the tone and put the clock on Complexity's run in the tournament.
Complexity now have the task set in front of them. Raise Bull around Vatira. But again, it's the stalwart at the back, Itachi. Borderline unbeatable, as CRR nearly got one through. Raise Bull, oh, CRR bumped away. Even when Itachi isn't in position to make a stop, somebody else steps up. It's Exotic, click on, and it is a beauty.
He picked the perfect time to activate. Flipped over CRR. He said, you better challenge that ball. He's gonna try the net every single time.
The two players that were probably the most underrated coming out of last year's World Championship are leading Karmine Corp alongside Vatira towards a top 8 potentially. Complexity might have something to say about it, but they better speak up real soon. CRR shot, a little high and wide. Exotic had to get there. Now Raise Bull, looking for options. He's got CRR, but he just dropped it off a little too far away. And Itachi will just slowly bring it out. CRR back in. What does he have to work with? Not a whole lot, but there's Raise Bull denied at point blank by Vatira.
Exotic up quickly, good 50 to set up Itachi. Itachi trying to bring that off the back wall. And Exotic was looking for a bump on CRR. Chance here for AJG. It's the flip of Vatira. Great read, forcing Complexity back. They have to push themselves to the limit if they want to come back from a 2-goal deficit against a blue wall that will not let anything past them.
Complexity's had 2 looks at it, but now Exotic has come alive. 2 goals in Game 7. After only having, only 4 assists as AJG shot. It was a rocket, but still dismissed by the blue wall. There through the defense, and Itachi adds another.
And he's letting them hear it over there on the other side as well. Demo pass 1, Itachi puts it home, and the wall only gets taller. 3-goal lead in Game 7.
Raise Bull dances around 1, but he can't get any further. Itachi, menacing presence downfield, so too now is Exotic. It's Vatira at the back now as they calmly guide it back to him, and AJG has that first clear. CRR's got to finish it off. Raise Bull just can't get there in time. It's a much different pace now out of Karmine Corp, playing with all the confidence in the world, playing like a world champion contender. Exotic now will delay, and Complexity just can't find any way back into this game. There's the double, almost through, and Complexity stay alive, but on life support, gotta have it here, and AJG does.
He gets 1, and they have some time. AJG, nice play. The hesitation, the control, and it uses Exotic as a little help to pinch that in. Complexity need everything and more. As 1:39 is the timer. Here we go.
There is a lot of time, but not the way K-Corp's been presenting their defense. CRR gotta have a handle on this, and oh, that was dangerous.
Raise Bull turn.
And that got through, it would've been over. Raise Bull for CRR, and Vatira again in the way. Exotic had to avoid AJG, and that might have slowed down K-Corp if there were any other game. Vatira flip reset. CRR stopped him. Can they get numbers in transition though? The answer is no. Oh, CRR is downfield. Redirect available. Off the ceiling and still well defended by the wall.
Oh, 2 misses there. Vatira with time, not the best shot. CR will be able to get the clearance. It's still a 2-goal game, but Karmine Corp looking to finish. Itachi trying to get the light touch, but couldn't get past CR. Complexity, though, pushed in their back end, and Karmine Corp trying to keep them there for the rest of the game.
And they're in no hurry to give this ball back to Complexity either. They're not just letting anything get away from them. That caught a deflection off of Exotic, though. Still to Vatira. Raised bull bump by Exotic and still manages to stay with the play. Remember that if Complexity were able to make something out of this. As AJG right at midfield with 30 seconds left. Can't get anything forward, and again, Itachi just puts the clamps down.
Hope dwindling. Complexity. Maybe a chance here. Raise bull does get a 50. They need someone there, but there's no one there. CR! No! Blocked away! The blue wall denies! Final few seconds! Karmine Corp, stand tall and move on to the top 8!
Speak your truth, Vatira! A heroic performance from all three members at different points from Karmine Corp. And mutual respect certainly displayed and earned across the way. Remember that shot. It may not be the last time you see it this weekend.
One of the best teams in the world. And they made it to championship. Well, no, actually, they haven't made it yet. They still have another game to play later on today. They made it to the playoffs. But they have, I believe, JMG later on.
Strong performance, though, under duress. That is what world champions are made of. That's the kind of performance that can galvanize an already powerful bond. And what about this image from Complexity? You can't help but applaud their efforts. A transatlantic squad, all things considered, right? You've got two originating from South America, and then CRR coming over from Spain. He proved to be the missing piece. I said at the very start of the season he would be a superstar. When all was said and done, I think he has certainly elevated himself to that status around that team, and we have certainly not seen the last of that roster on the World Championship stage.
Not with their performance, no. I mean, looking at them, 7 games against Team Liquid earlier on in this group stage, go to the lower bracket, they battle back to this moment. We've seen them go the distance with some of the best in the world. It just, when it gets to that game 7, it feels like it's the hurdle they can't get over. But we'll see what happens later on in the future. Right now, the future is Karmine Corp as they move on.
They do move on, and the future is Doobie Smash standing on stage with, I'm sure, a relieved but excited victorious K-Corp.
K-Corp get the job done, and it's in front of a home crowd. The Blue Wall certainly did not disappoint. Yesterday, CRR said that the Blue Wall would suffer. But what's the reason that you guys were able to pull through?
Like, to be honest, they made us suffer, for sure. It was a really good match. We struggled to enter well in it, but we quickly woke up and we're really happy with how we played.
Now you guys came into this in the lower bracket. Do you think that playing with no lives has prepared you even more for the playoffs?
Playing with no crowd?
Playing with no extra lives. You guys dropped down to that lower bracket. Do you feel like that benefits you now to get that kind of out of the way?
Yeah, clearly, because now we got to play one match in front of our crowd. It makes us really motivated, and we needed that match to wake up. And now we're in playoffs. Everyone is even, and we're going to give our best to win.
Now you brought up the Blue Wall, and they are absolutely insane. They're bringing drums and flags. They had a flag of your guys' faces on it, for goodness sakes. Was there added pressure knowing that you had to perform in front of them?
To be honest, it's only good pressure. Like, we're so happy to have them with us. It's incredible. I really thank them a lot, and to be honest, it's not a big deal. We're used to it now. We got them in Rotterdam. There were a less amount of people, but we got them. We are used to it now, and thank you very much.
Now, Tachi, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to forward my next question to the blue wall. You guys ready for this? What's the color?
The color is blue. Which one? Was it Karmine Corp or Complexity? In this one, Karmine Corp advance forward. The blue wall will get to see them play again. Complexity's run and South Americans' hopes end here.
And Complexity, it's going to be a year of what ifs.
Yeah.
We saw in Boston, they went to the final game against Vitality, they lost that. Here, they lost to Team Liquid, could have been a much easier bracket run. And now here, they were up 3-2, and they falter, and they fall on Champions Field.
And just going on that trend, also in San Diego, they lost to FaZe in 7 in the semifinals. I believe it was FaZe. It might have been Liquid, I don't remember. FaZe. It was FaZe in 7.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, FaZe in 7. So their season, it's been this close every single time, but they've been on a steady incline, steadily getting better and better throughout the year. Missed the first major, made the next 2, and they're a world championship contender. They got to pat themselves on the back for that.
I mean, it was great to see them in good spirits after the series as well. We saw Razebull and CRR as well holding up their country's flags respectively. So it was good to see they still enjoy themselves and making the most of it.
Well, they
put on a show.
They made the move
Oh.
last season in the hopes to get more South American teams to the World Championships, to events like this. They did exactly that, and then this season they've massively improved on the results from last season. So a wonderful season there for Complexity. But let's talk about the match. How Karmine Corp, they were not in control at the beginning of this gift.
Man, it was 15 minutes. K-Corp did not score a goal. It was a defensive battle on both sides of the field. AJG, 2 great plays in game 1, and then game 2, that pass. And everyone's like, oh, maybe the blue wall doesn't matter. But then Vatira woke up.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Complexity missing opportunities. 2-0 up in this series. Obviously, K-Corp then woke up. It almost felt like they were asleep those first 2 games. They were panicking. They didn't have the offense, but it was Vatira leading the charge there.
Yeah, and Vatira especially. The first 2 games he played really passive, and I was going to say, Vati passive, that's a recipe for losses. But then he started leading the charge, started dominating the offense, and everything else started to crumble for Complexity.
And then we had game number 5 as well. As you said, K-Corp tying it up 2-2 here in game 4. This game 5, it felt like the ball had broken the blue wall. But the blue wall just rebuilt, and they built bigger and stronger again. They were 3-2 up Complexity, but this game 6 really told the tale for what was to come on Champions Field.
And the Vatira was doing it all right here. It's a bump play. He had some great passes and some great shots throughout. The numbers don't look good because it was a defensive series, but the impact he had through all 4 of their wins was huge.
Yeah, we talked about it back in the green room at the Boston Major Gives. We were talking about it as the goals and the games get lower and lower as we start seeing more 1-0s, more 2-1s. That is the closest to picture perfect Rocket League you can possibly play. These 2 teams put on an absolute barn burner of a series, one of the best so far, probably the best so far, and we still have more to come.
The bouncing back, especially after the overtime losses, not scoring for 15 minutes, losing that one in game 5 and feeling like, wow, I agree with you, CJ. I felt like Complexity had it all together at that moment. And then 1-2, game 6 and 7 back-to-back. Biggest score difference was in game 7. Vatira, though, he said at the beginning, he said it was going to be 0-4. I don't think he realized it's reversed for the camera there. But, you know, they got it in 7.
I mean, it was so concerning to start the series. As you said, K-Corp gets to score in the first 2 games, but if
All he needed to do, just help his teammates out, and man, that save too, to seal the deal, it seemed like it was just, Vatira was not going to lose.
He was not, folks. An incredible performance there from Karmine Corp as they advance in the bracket. As we take a look at Group A, everything is concluded over here. We have finished up the action. It is now set for the playoffs. No more matches to play here in this group. Congratulations to Karmine Corp.
Team BDS, Liquid, Falcons, and K-Corp. That's a solid 4 teams, CJ. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they're set for the playoffs, but we're going to be seeing them later on today. So it's how they respond. Obviously, the adrenaline rush that K-Corp would have got. You saw Vatira getting up in front of the blue wall as well, but they've got to reset. They'll be back on in a few series time, Gibbs.
Absolutely.
We will see Karmine Corp play again later today, but
High and wide exotic
Run
offense, but it was
left in the playoffs.
And it's 2 fan favorites, no doubt.
Yes.
G2, no matter.
Bouncing back, especially after the overtime losses, not scoring for 15 minutes, losing that one in game 5 and feeling like, wow,
Just put up a statement.
There's a reason he's the back-to-back European MVP. It's because he makes plays like this. You saw the passes, but it's also on the defense and complexity. They didn't just give up, but it was all about Vati leading the charge right there, as you talked about, Gibbs. And then in Game 7, it was defense, 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 setting up my teammates. And I think he got air dribble bump in this game
right
as well.
after this one. Yeah, right
Look
here.
at this, leading the charge again. Bang.
Just taking him out. Vatira, all he needed to do, just help his teammates out. And man, that save too, to seal the deal. It seemed like it was just Vatira was not going to lose.
he was not, folks.
as well, but they've got to reset. They'll be back on in a few series time, Gibbs.
Absolutely.
We will see Karmine Corp play again later today, but now it's time. Time to head back to Group B final.
Could have gone bad, and honestly, at the end of the day, we lost our house, but everything was fine. The family was fine, our pets were fine, and I think the biggest thing that I took away from it was the support from friends, family, and the Rocket League community too. Like everyone around me in my mom's life, my brother's life, like everyone came together and helped us in some way, like whether it was money or just food and like toiletries after everything got burned down. I think that was like the biggest thing that I took away, was how much support we have. I think when I do have those feelings of self-doubt or just like wanting to retire as a pro Rocket League player, I think the number one motivator would be my dad. My dad is always just like pushing me to keep going, and I think this year has been like tough for all three of us. We've had some problems like that, but even though the ups and downs have been happening this season, this is the most important tournament of the year, and giving 100% effort is like a necessity. I think maybe I would say to my old self, like, this is basically what you dreamed of doing, so don't like take advantage of it and realize like the position you're in, because you are very lucky to play a video game for a living professionally and at the highest level. I think sometimes it can be hard and I would want to quit while being a pro, but just realizing how much work I put in to be here and how many other people would want to be in my position, I think just being grateful for everything.
Try. Left, we're fine, we're all good.
The Rocket League community, you wouldn't believe the amount of private messages I got saying, is there something that we can do for you? It's incredible. It's a big family.
Shout out to you guys. Now, with such an incredible community getting involved in your life, I'm sure things have changed for the family over time. This was such a blow up. The esport has just been incredible. How has the family dynamic changed, or how has the Rocket League community fit into that in the overall picture?
Well, Rocket League is a big part of our life. It has been for 7 years. I know personally I would not have seen the places that I've seen, and getting to these events and meeting with people is just awesome.
And two more things before we let you go here, because I think it's incredibly important to be here and, again, celebrate your kids or family up on stage. What do you say to the parents that may be questioning, hey, maybe we should go out, and they haven't yet, to do what you do and show up to these events?
Well, if you haven't been to an event as a parent, get to an event. If your child is playing Rocket League or whatever they're doing in their life, as a parent, support them in whatever they do. Let them live their dreams.
And one more thing, they're about to go out there, big match for them I'm curious if there's anything you'd like to say to Jay Nash before he goes out and performs on the big stage.
Regardless of what happens today, buddy, I love you and I'm proud.
It's been an emotional day, and there's going to be a lot of emotions flowing hot in this one. Two teams, beloved of the community, yet one must go home. G2 taking on Moist here at the Rocket League World Championship in Düsseldorf, Germany, folks. We've got a few more matches today. This is the last one of the group stage, and then we start the playoffs. It'll be quite fun to see how those teams compete in those environments of the top 8. Also, folks, don't forget Pandemonium, Let 'Em Pray, and Hope by NF, all available in the item shop right now. Go get them before they are gone. Let's talk about these two teams. I mean, such stories here, Gibbs. G2, one of the longest standing, if not the longest standing org in all of Rocket League.
So they were grand finalists, and then what happened this year wasn't their best performance. It feels like they're finally finding that form now, which is the perfect timing, and they honestly could make another grand finals run. On the other side with Moist, it's the same story. They make it to the fall grand final, and after that, nothing has really worked, and they've just been a middle and like EU 5 seed. So both these teams want to prove everyone wrong and make it to that top 8 playoff.
Yeah, they're certainly finding their feet, and obviously Moist taking down G2's brothers in FaZe Clan yesterday. So can they do it again and knock out another North American team?
It's time for the teams to take to the stage, one of them for the last time. Moist on one side, G2 on the other. And this feels like a clashing of the old and the new for me here, Bates. One team that's been around and has been beloved for a long time. The other that has taken the community by storm as recently as last year.
I don't need to talk about G2. You saw the videos, you heard Papa Naps. Moist, on the other hand, Juicy. He popped off, had his best day yesterday. He wants to do that today.
Moist and G2, they've been through a lot, but that has made them into fierce competitors.
We're going to win because we're on a hot streak right now and everything's flowing for us.
But I mean, look at your season, you haven't looked strong at all.
The way we're playing right now, we can beat anybody.
Obviously our offense is better, you're really the only offense for your team. We've got Joyo, Juicy and me, so I think we're clearly the better offensive team.
Once we're flowing and we're all feeling good and confident on land, our offense can be the best in the world. It doesn't matter who we're playing.
We've been working hard ever since we've got here, and yeah, we might have had a bad start, but we're hungry.
We wanted more just because we do. That's all that needs to be said.
Good luck.
Good luck.
One more traditional transatlantic matchup to close out the group stage. Please welcome Moist Esports and G2!
Atomic Chicago and the Mullet Men have to face the likes of Moist Esports. And this man right here, Juicy, well, he joined this team as this mechanical monster. I feel like we didn't see it, but apparently, Gibbs, he's just a land boy. Put him in front of a crowd.
Yeah, we didn't see him in Wildcard all that much, and then he shows him from the crowd and hits a Game 3 winner, a Game 4 winner with barely any time on the clock to really propel Moist by FaZe. And that is what Moist needs. It can't be the Joyo show. He's gonna do his work. He's one of the best lane players there are, but he needs help.
That's exactly right, Gibbs. You hit it right on the nail, because Juicy, he didn't score that many times, but it was always the big goals, the big impact goals, the clutch goals, the icy goals. You expect those from Mr. Joyo in the middle, but Juicy was delivering them yesterday.
You just cannot doubt this man, and I almost did. I didn't rank him too highly going into the World Championships, but he has been just about the best player here. I know we talk about LJTRK. Joyo yesterday was one of the best individual performances I've ever seen on land.
And I put him in my top 10 players going into this event, mostly because I just like him a lot. Like Joyo, like how can you not like him? It's two of the most likable teams. with Joyo and JKnaps, but he performs on LAN. It doesn't matter what you do in regionals.
We didn't get a wave.
We didn't get a wave. He's all business. He's all business.
Where's the wave?
That means he's locked in. That means he doesn't have time for the showboats. And Cash will give you a heart, though. And listen, he deserves to. He's the cannon for a reason. One of the best snipers in Rocket League at the moment, but he's going up against one of the best snipers in Rocket League history on the other side.
And he closed out FaZe with a huge goal at the end of that series when FaZe was starting to battle back.
I mean, he's just got so much firepower, and that's what this lineup was. Obviously, Joyo was that man yesterday, but on the other side of things, kicking it off here, Bates is your man.
Oh, man, here's my guy, Atomic. He just moves different, CJ. Not the NA MVP this year, but last year he was, and he's been absolutely balling. During the wild card, they went 3-0, and it's in large part due to his performance.
But when they played Gen G, he did not have a great performance. He looked fantastic when you play wildcard teams, but Gen G, he looked not his best.
But then the man that is next to him, I think he's got some luscious locks behind him. I'd love to see that hat come off. Perhaps if G2 can take it out. It's the man, as we said, who's had a pretty rough past few months, but right now with that fresh haircut, boy, oh boy, he's looking fast, isn't he?
Fresh haircut, I say a hat, CJ.
Oh, the lettuce will be flowing out the back of that thing. Don't you worry about that.
We need the interview. We need the interview where Subi tells him to take the hat off. But we'll see what happens. But JKnaps, obviously, he's been through a lot this year. And it would be such a great performance to make it back to another World Championship playoff.
And the fact that what he has gone through, he's playing his best Rocket League, only shows and highlights the greatness that JKnaps is. Chicago, all the way at the end, him and Naps have switched seating positions. Chicago has been Mr. Consistent on his team and has elevated his game so far, being more impactful on the offensive end and also making sure to hold down that back line for G2 to be great.
They enter this tournament with 1 major win and 2 grand final appearances at the World Championship, but no World Champion title. They are here trying to do it finally. And this is the next step. G2 versus Moist will be our next match on the stage, and it'll be the one for top 8, last spot in the playoffs on the line. I mean, is there a player versus player matchup that you think is going to be the most important when we see this 50-50 happen? Who is it?
It's got to be Joyo. He's going to be making plays throughout, but then how do you defend him? I assume it's going to be Atomic, who's just going to battle back and forth. They need Atomic to look better for G2 to win this. So if he's popping off and he matches a Joyo, I think G2 can take it.
Well, folks.
It feels like that 3-man offense taking on Bates, the Moist Esports just 1v, the freestyle offense almost. It's exciting to see that diverse matchup.
We'll see if they can do it, folks. Who do you think is going to win? Let us know in chat. Hashtag MST, hashtag G2, and we'll make our predictions up here on the desk. Who's your pick, CJ?
This is, we spoke about this before we went live. This is just tearing me apart. I've got the Mullet Man on one side. I've got Joyo on the other, just pleading that I just believe in him. I think I'm going to have to go for the Mullet Man on the other side. G2 really haven't put a foot wrong so far, obviously, well, until they got a lot right down here. But alas, G2, I think they're back, they're in form. I really love the vibe of this team going into this tournament. They're seasoned professionals, and they know what it's all about.
So I thought the hat would tip you back onto the Moist side, but no, I'm going to go G2 as well. When we look at the wild card, G2 played lights out. Number 1 offense, number 1 defense, they went 3-0. Moist barely made it out, 3-2, so I have to go with the hot hand, G2.
Two G2s. I think I would discredit Moist a little bit. Listen, I would love to go to G2, but Moist, they just looking so great now. Let's go home, Moist, because you're going to have to lose to G2. Give me G2. I'm taking them. They beat everybody so far besides Gen G. They're feeling hot.
I want to believe in Moist so much, but Joyo, you didn't wave at me before the match started. There's got to be some... Okay, that's a curse for them. I am going with G2 on this one, but I'm going to curse them up here. This has never been good
We can't
for
do
G2.
it. We can't do it. Put me on the other side. Let's get wet, baby. Let's get wet. Moist Esports, take this one.
He's overdoing it. He doesn't want G2 to lose. Don't let him confuse you, chat.
I don't know. I think the curse might have been cast. It's the best thing that ever happened to Moist fans is all of us predicting G2 up here. They are the fan favorites in chat as well. Few teams have had a longer time to build up a fan base than G2. But Moist have tried to rally it, folks. They have very different histories, but these two teams have cemented themselves as 2 of the most supported in the game. Nobody wants to see either story end, but there is only 1 more spot in the playoffs. It's time. The Gatekeepers have defended so many teams in their dreams. They have denied everyone over and over, yet no matter the adversity, Moist has always found a way. It's the old versus the new. Moist versus G2 for Championship Sunday.
This one is gonna hurt. One spot left in our top 8. And only one of these teams will continue on with their road to redemption.
Both fan favorites online. But who will the Darth back?
Let's find out. Moist Esports, quarter-finalists back in Dallas. G2 Esports, grand finalists back in Dallas. Only one of them will be able to reach our top 8. Juicy already looking for Atomic! And Moist strike burst!
That did not take long. Look who it is, it's Juicy. Skipping along the backboard, clatters Atomic out of the way. Joyo with the easiest goal he scored in the group stage.
We already know just what last season meant to Joyo. The capitulation of one of the most celebrated rosters ever! To G2 Esports, the roster is the same. They want the result to be different.
Yeah, what's that shot by Atomic? Cashes in the net waiting for it, but he did not expect the near post accuracy. He had boost, couldn't get the save.
Both of these teams starting off incredibly well, finding their offensive opportunities, unlike the last series we had, where it just felt a little bit tentative between both KC and Complexity. That is not how either of these two teams roll. Their entire MO is all about offense, offense, offense. Do not get stuck on your side of the field. This will be a very momentum-heavy series.
Oh yeah, and I feel like it is all about the offense for both these teams. Moist yesterday had a ton of offense against FaZe. Lots of defensive mistakes. G2 are going to be looking to punish those.
Was Juicy that really was the player that stepped up the heaviest for at least my taste. As Joyo out, Cash just ball onwards, but only as far as Chicago. Juicy controls the backboard, intercepted by Chicago, and Joyo has to get ahead. Moist Esports cannot afford to allow themselves to head into almost the automatic plays. They need to read it because G2 Esports want those interceptions.
So I like the comments there by Moist, clearly calling fakes early. That could be huge moving forwards. Moist had some big mind games against FaZe. G2 needs to be on the lookout for those.
Joyo out to Cash. Instead decides to take it by himself. Cash on the same side of him though means that the recovery is going to be very difficult on the ball. And now it's carrying its way towards the goal. Joyo very happy just to control it, and now unhappy to see that his car has been wiped out. Juicy tries to force the early challenge. Now he becomes a passing option. Joyo, fast side. Will he get the ball? Oh my goodness, well, Genab's had to be aware of it.
Yeah, both teams giving each other a lot of respect right now, Shogun. They're not anticipating misses, but oh, that's a great shot, Chicago! Finds a double tap past two defenders.
Well, you talked about respect. Chicago deserves all of it. He will receive it from Moist. He will receive it from our fans in here. And G2 Esports have bounced back despite conceding first.
Yeah, all in that stealing recovery for Chicago now. Oh, wow. Nearly got third there. Juicy needed to be quick back to defense. Joyo now looking for Cash in the middle. No flip available for him. G2 with a disciplined start here. They're not lunging in. They're not just throwing themselves at Moist. They're waiting for the clear-cut chances.
Might have another one. Early move there from Juicy. Had to. Out to the backboard. Joyo pops up, not bumped by JKnaps. This now means Joyo can do what he does best! Off the backboard! Double tap on the dunk!
That's not a bad goal. That's a decent goal, you can say. Like Joyo, 2-2. He's right back to his form he had against FaZe.
Half the game gone. 2 goals each. Nothing to separate them to at least start us off here. Reminder for everybody just tuning in. 7 of our quarterfinalists are now confirmed. This is for the last! And Atomic, well positioned to stop the shot.
Yeah, G2 spreading out well there. They had coverage on the infield pass. They had coverage in the net. Moist are starting to spread the break in though. Joyo's got a shot. Atomic again with the save. Where's the follow-up? It's Chicago's.
Going now on the half rotation, needs some support. The cannon is there very quickly, but it's dropped down to Atomic. Joyo with Juicy on the fast lane. You notice the Cash lining himself up. Well played there by Atomic just to spot him from the blind side. Now Juicy, he popped off yesterday. Now what's he got? It's out to Joyo! Saved by Chicago.
Yeah, G2 being tested right here. Juicy starting to come alive as well. Joyo earlier already looking fantastic. G2 cannot allow Moist to get that momentum that they destroyed FaZe with yesterday. And when they get all three rolling, it's just too much.
Will always be that other part of Moist that we reference quite often, which has been the almost lack of ice, the opposite of what we had last season from them. They are a team that once something goes wrong, the domino effect does tend to go into play. Yesterday did an awful lot to try and get rid of that. As Joyo now down, in comes Juicy. Gonna have to place it well. Ooh, and he's done so.
That's another good save by Atomic, to be fair, and he nearly had the second one as well. Shot was just spinning the right way off the crossbar.
It's a 1 minute left. G2 Esports now gonna have to be on the chase here. Let's see what they've got on the kickoff. It's actually a good win for them. JKnaps only with Joyo to beat. Sorry, bad kind of sentence. What do you mean only Joyo to beat?
It's proven to be quite difficult to get the ball past. Joyo swats away another G2 shot. Juicy now collecting it in defense, but that's not the spawn that Joyo wanted. Moist all appearing at the same side of the post, and now it's not contested. Is it going to be? No, not quite. Cash gets there to deny G2.
Juicy clears long. That's so much time taken off the clock. Now off the wall. Cash chases up. First challenge goes well. JKnaps waits for him. A couple of players trying to attack Juicy on the goal line. He did well to avoid those bumps, and now Moist Esports wastes some time clearing to the opposite side of the field.
Oh, it's an early interception there by Juicy. Fantastic aggression in the closing seconds with a 1-goal lead. G2 need to find the ball. It's the chance now. Atomic goes infield. He's 1v1, and he's got some help. It's Atomic.
They finally found him. Joyo was being chased like it was an 80s cartoon, and Atomic just had to find where the car wasn't. 3 each. Are we going to overtime? Off the kickoff, Chicago again, they've got the same win. Almost at the 2v1. Now it's Atomic plus the shot. That will not test whatsoever. And it's up to Moist, who do take us to overtime.
It's all about that read by Atomic. The cut-in field completely surprised Moist. They were defending the wall play. They did not expect him to go for the dribble.
Off the wall, Chicago with JKnaps turning. Early challenge again, another one from Juicy. That actually puts the tables around as Atomic called in to save. Chicago out to find JKnaps. Juicy's by himself again, has to get good touch. It's done well enough for now, but now they're being chased again. G2 are doing a great job communicating when to send the first man looking for demos. Now JKnaps, midfield, aim for Cash already up.
Yeah, Cash going to continue now. Offloads to Joyo. Joyo denied the back corner double by Atomic, who just finds himself everywhere that the ball goes. And he's exactly where G2 need him. Atomic tied it. Atomic wins it.
A 7-goal thriller to start us off. Juicy didn't want to lunge at the ball, felt like he could potentially miss it. But unfortunately, the other option to him was allowing the shot to come in. G2 fight back, and they've got game number 1.
Yeah, this is a G2 who are completely resurgent. They've peaked at the right time all season. It's been a bit disappointing.
Whoa, Yummy?
Where's Yummy? Whoa. I saw you in the Karmine Corp section. Now, where's he gone, the Plastico?
Oh my goodness. Well, we've managed to get a new jobby around here. Look at that from Chicago. That is how you get the troops fired up. Brilliant goal, followed up by a brilliant goal. And why not to finish it off? Atomic slides the ball underneath. And that was good enough for G2. Best of 7 over here. Both teams will have access to timeouts throughout all of this. But Johnny Boy, for Moist Esports, happy with what you saw?
I mean, Joyo looks great. He dropped 900 points nearly, and Atomic did drop 900 points. It's It's just another Joyo versus NA star player, isn't it? Yesterday was Farskiller. Now the difference could be, will Juicy and Cash show up big like yesterday? I mean, we did see some moments there in that game from all of them, but they need to all be huge. It's, you know, in the same way for G2, JKnaps and Chicago, they can do that as well. Atomic and Joyo seem to be the main characters, but which team's got the stronger supporting cast?
Game 2. And G2 have got the advantage in this series. We've already seen from KC in the previous round how dropping the first 2 games does not necessarily put you out of reach here, but it is more of an exception than it is the rule. Cash, let's see what he can come up with. Been kept relatively quiet ever since we hit the elimination stages of this tournament. Juicy, all off the bump as well, and Joyo didn't really anticipate it. Down the line, Joyo, control against Atomic, and that second touch was too heavy.
Yeah, Atomic's just, he's end-to-end for G2 right now. Look at him go again, just taking the ball from the G2 goal line all the way to the Moist goal line in the blink of an eye.
Ball popped on. Chicago, only as far as Juicy. Cash making better of an early challenge. Atomic chasing down the far side. That'll be easy enough for Joyo. Well, until Atomic decided to keep on going. And he's got the demo. There's a doggedness to the way G2 are playing this one. Don't want to make it too clean. I can understand why. Other game that you'd expect Moist to be quite happy to play, and also challenge Juicy. Almost found the way to the net.
Yeah, good recovery again by G2. Their defense looking impressive so far. Moist have needed some spectacular plays to get through it in game 1. Yeah, to do so in game 2, game 2 that they lost yesterday against FaZe with a defensive blunder from Joyo and Cash.
Moist Esports will be desperate to get the first goal. Juicy on the turn with Atomic, who seems to be the main man when it means going forwards and trying to get those bumps and demos. JKnaps, will he go by himself? Atomic was at least considering a demo on the goalkeeper, realized there was 2 of them. A bit more difficult when that ends up happening, but you can still see eyes have always got to be glued off the ball more than on the ball, because G2 keeps swarming the goalkeeper.
And Joyo there selflessly brings Cash into the play. Not been selfish, has he? He's just got the mechanics to 1v2, 1v3 every now and again, but he's always looking for the pass at the end of it all.
Much more tentative here in game number 2. Waiting to see who can get the first chance. Oh, Juicy had a little bit of a stutter and it almost caught him. Instead, it was perfect. Now Joyo chases down Atomic. How do you like it, Atomic, when we go for that? Cash bundles it over the line.
I mean, you've got to say, not a bad try by Atomic.
He did so well.
Joyo, he just didn't have the speed. Cash barrels right through him. Moist lead again.
That feels so good from Moist Esports, given the amount of times Atomic's just been catching them. That will not deter Atomic whatsoever, however. And now they got the backboard, and yep, just have to prove me right. They're already going for it. Might get a chance on this. Atomic. Ooh, not the best touch from Cash. They don't have anybody on the backboard. That would invite G2, who are finding demos. They'll be on that far side, though, so JKnaps has to delay the play. Oh, is that in? Oh, goodness.
G2 just swarming, wearing down the Moist boost totals. Cash has 100. Joyo not so much. He invites Cash to take over, but it's not in time. Joyo scrambles back. He's still got no boost.
G2 look great despite the scoreline. They're finding chances, but now they've got Joyo to contend with. Moist doing a great job of not rushing the play afterwards either. They had a man down. Needed Joyo to get back into the rotation. JKnaps flips away, Atomic backs down, Chicago backs down. It brings Joyo back in for another go at it. JKnaps now away. 90 seconds left here. G2 scored 4 in our previous game. They are now desperate just for 1.
Yes, it's been a disciplined performance by Moist on Forbidden Temple. None of the mistakes of yesterday. G2 trying to force one right here, and they've done it!
Is there an angle Chicago can't hit? Take a look at that. Atomic wanted it, Chicago wanted it. Either way, they got what they were after.
And I think this is where it's the most important for Moist to just settle down. That's a great pass by G2. It's a great finish as well. I don't think Moist needs to really change anything with how they're playing. It's just about getting those outplays, about denying G2 theirs.
Now going for the backboard yet again. Chicago didn't get contact. Joyo now off the ceiling. Two back into this, and they have JKnaps downfield. And they are going to get it to him! Spins!
The oldest player still in the tournament. Doesn't look like he's out of place. How about that for placement?
G2's accuracy has been incredible to this point. Moist Esports staring down at a potential 2-game deficit. Last season's quarterfinalists trying their best here. G2 have something about them when it comes to World Championships, and they are showing it. Juicy with the save. Joyo desperate to now get this ball on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, it's a good save by Juicy, but Moist have got to get that ball moving. They've got to get it into the orange half. With purpose, it's just time and time again. G2 shooting, setting up backboard passes, just pressuring Moist into submission.
G2 really look World Championship ready. Cash against JKnaps, who fakes the first challenge. Atomic can still be around if he's required. But Moist Esports don't even look like they're going to get even a chance here.
Wow.
And G2 Esports, yet again, bounce back.
And this team is just in world-class form. And I think maybe they hit a bit of a road bump against NG, but they've picked themselves back up. They've got Moist in a lot of trouble. No calls of timeout yet, but not gonna lie, I expected one from Moist there.
We'll see if they do take theirs. For now though, G2 Esports looking at the kind of form that they would want to continue on to tomorrow's top 6.
Oh, they have called timeout.
They had to, really. They really did have to.
Yeah. And this is it's getting desperate. I mean, the games have not been one-sided. They've been close games, but G2 have produced some fantastic goals. The finishing by JKnaps in Chicago there, absolutely world-class. Atomic, once again, top of the scoreboard. Everyone is firing on G2. Everything's coming together. Moist, look, lackluster.
Just do not have the same accuracy that G2 Esports do. Even if nothing's getting said here, you have to ice G2 a little bit. Can't let them continuing to get those shots, because we can't even point to one player on G2 right now and say, oh, that's the player that you need to calm down a little bit. Every single one of them are hitting what they need to hit. As I previously mentioned, we have already seen 2-game comebacks happen very recently, in fact. But for Moist Esports, they now need to do what their old player, their former player, just did. Bounce back and get the next 2.
I mean, it's just so difficult to do, especially when G2 are playing this well. You know, I think Moist have just got to focus on their own game. They're getting a bit too tied up and not making mistakes. They're trying to be too perfect. They're trying to wait for G2 to make a move and react to it. I feel like Moist are better when they're the proactive team, when they're the team dictating the flow of the game.
Their timeout is up. Moist Esports, with your season on the line, what have you figured out? Or is G2 just one bump in the road too far? Let's find out. G2, if they win this, they will need a miracle to be defeated. They will want this 3rd game oh so much.
Yeah, we saw the first best of 7 reverse sweep hit an RLCS land in the wild card between Falcons and Twisted Minds. We've never seen one in the main event.
Joyo goes in field, Cash delays, and Chicago has it covered.
That's the 2nd game in a row. Cash has gone for the mind game, low 50. This time G2 stop it.
G2 just can't get an answer wrong at the moment. It's up to Moist to get this first goal. Still need to avoid the demoing and see what it's doing to the rotations. Moist Esports are mis-rotating because they do not want to get clattered into. Now Juicy. Again, is he going to try and go solo this time? 2 players went. Now it doesn't really bounce down in a shootable position for Moist. Atomic. What can he set up? Almost feels like as long as he can get the ball clean to a teammate, they'll find the top corner. Yeah, almost ran into his own teammate.
That was like a bit extravagant from Joyo as well. Stealing challenge. Didn't really look like one was necessary. Again, just such a solid defensive line by G2. You know, credit to them, this is not really what they're known for. Being that difficult team to get past, but just look at them now. Advancing that line subtly forward. Catching Moist off guard.
Bit of shout time here now for Juicy. He's won the challenge, but he can't get control of the car again. Cash on the wall. Chicago, JKnaps immediately there to support. Wants to try and put some pressure on Moist Esports. Atomic now, midfield. Good challenge from him. Pulls Chicago into the play. Just trying to pull at the strings here of Moist defense. See where those mistakes might lay. Now Atomic. And yet again, every single time we get the ball in that position, you look across the field, and it's always JKnaps that seems to be waiting. But now Juicy gets JKnaps. There was 2 more waiting.
Yeah, if Juicy's going to make that play, it needs to be on the last man, or he needs to pass the play behind him. Not going to get through multiple G2 defenders when they're lined up calmly like that.
Cash goes early. Joyo. The catch, but JKnaps shadows it. Shadow defense from G2 has been incredible. Moist Esports, though, not playing it first time all too often. Now Joyo just left it, made it too easy for Chicago. JKnaps into the midfield, and Atomic was gone. Had to get contact, otherwise that was going to be the clean beat and a goal for Cash, who is still going, just wants to out-muscle G2.
G2's boost management is just spectacular, even under all this much pressure from Moist. They're containing, they're just controlling the game. G2 look like the more threatening team going forward as well. Look, once again, G2 immediately into attack and creating passing plays from all angles.
Now Chicago challenges, ball bounces back, just wants to try and get ball to a teammate, but everyone was tripping over each other. Cash to himself on the wall. Just feels like any moment here needs to be the one to set it up for Moist. They're the ones that need this goal the most, especially with only 90 seconds left in this game. G2 get it. That could be the series. Chicago delays off the backboard. Joyo got enough on it. Now needs to follow. Does exactly that. And as always, the reads from G2 on point off the backboard. Who's there first? Joyo gets the save. Now another one. Chicago scores.
G2 will not be denied. Multiple saves by Joyo, but eventually the boost ran out. And for me, that's been the difference. G2 have held their nerve under pressure. They've just had such discipline with the boost button. Both Juicy and Cash had none to play with right there in that play.
From Moist Esports, you've tried to play disciplined. It's not worked for you. Now it's time to rely on the mechanics and create a moment of magic. They look for the top corner. It's Atomic that's got it covered. Now they transition away. A lot of crucial time wasted for Moist. As that demo comes in, JKnaps actually leaves it. Cash wants to take the bait, at least gets the car.
And not a lot of time left for Moist. Another scoreless game. It might be G2's the other way. Atomic going all the way himself. He doesn't need a center ball. It's 2-0 G2. And Joyo scratching his head, wondering what on earth do we do against G2 in this form.
G2 have really taken the sizzle out of this match. For Moist Esports, the Rotterdam Grand Finalists. This could be the season. The way things are looking right now, they would need to secure our second ever LAN Best of 7 reverse sweep. Our other one was only just this week, so hey, at least you've got something to aim towards. G2 Esports, everything is about righting the wrongs of the last season's Grand Finals. Oh, gonna have to try and create something with at least a second left. Cash on the challenge.
Wait.
Who's there first? G2 Esports have got 1, 2, 3 match points.
Flawless. Just absolutely flawless by G2 once again. They are giving Moist nothing. After losing in the upper bracket of the group, to bounce back like this, it just tells you all you need to know about the G2 mindset. They have come into this tournament with a totally transformed mentality compared to the rest of the season. Their best result before now, top 8 in the Winter Major. They didn't even qualify for Boston. It didn't make top 8 all the way back in fall. It's been, like we said at the start of this match, a disappointing season for them, but this is the one everybody wants. This is the one everybody cares about. And G2, perhaps more than anyone, JKnaps and Chicago, the unenviable title of being the only 2 players to have lost 2 times in the RLCS World Championship Grand Final. Is it third time lucky?
More than anything else on those one, it's the way that they lost those matches. You know, you look towards the Vitality one and really say that it was the end of that first match that really killed them off. The 0-second goal, and they never looked the same after that. Went into the match against BDS last season and just didn't really get started. But there's something about this team that's the sort of positions that destroy rosters. And for these guys, they take it in stride, they refocus, and they come back next year looking to secure top 8.
Well, I can tell you it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for this G2 team, but they don't like losing. They've been losing a lot this year, so it probably wasn't a good year for most of it, but to come out of that, I think is even more impressive. To have the trials, the tribulations, and to then rise from the ashes. G2 looking to make playoffs, looking to make Championship Sunday, and they've got 4 chances to do it.
Moist Esports aren't going to make anything of this, then they need to go to Champions Field. That feels so far away at this point, but you've got to take the first step. Clear down the line. Cash waits for it. Oh, he has beat JKnaps clean, so that means Chicago up against Juicy. Look at the position of Chicago, but he did miss it. And that is inviting Moist Esports to come back over. Moist cannot let this opportunity go to waste. They need to keep the ball pinned in the orange side of the field.
Yeah, rare chance for Moist now to attack a low boost G2. Even now though, they're struggling to find an opening. Only Atomic has boost to play with. JKnaps and Chicago on small pads. Look how much Chicago's able to do. Great trade by him.
Low challenge, second one out to Juicy. Atomic saves, next one up, off the backboard. Who's got boost left to go back in? Moist Esports forced to at least retreat to the midfield. Now Joyo trying to find something. 2 players went. 2 players got contact.
And G2 are just giving Moist absolutely nothing here, Shogun. And just like that shot from distance, sent into Moist crossbar by Joyo himself. He had to do it. It was going in.
It's not like Moist are not getting time on the ball. It's just the quality of what is being done with it by both these teams is night and day difference. Bump on Juicy means that he cannot follow up. JKnaps, he goes for it!
Too good.
Too fast.
I mean, it just looks like it comes out of nowhere, but the call for the fake completely catches Moist off guard. JKnaps knew it was coming. G2, they're just destroying Moist Shogun. I mean, the crowd wants something. They just saw a 7-game thriller. Karmine Corp and Complexity set a pretty high bar. And G2 do not care. They just want to go as deep in this tournament as they can.
It is all about the result. And this result for G2 is one of the ones that is legacy defining. The way they have played this against a team that has looked good on land is incredible and would set them up as one of the tournament contenders. Chicago, he doesn't want to be a contender. That is not on his repertoire. He wants to be champion.
Just a perfect first touch there by Chicago. Just bringing the ball back down to himself as it curves off the ceiling of the crossbar. The in and out save attempt was about all Juicy could muster, but you're not going to save Chicago from that position. Is Joyo going to get one back? Yes, he is.
The crowd is trying to get behind them. Joyo has got in front of the ball. And he's given them a lifeline. What can they do with it?
Yeah, you talk about G2's seasonal regain. Moist need a regain right now. Finally scoring after almost 3 games. G2 have just prevented them from getting any of their offense going. Team plays have been null and void. Solo plays have been stopped before they get started. G2, meanwhile, continue to look dangerous, and that's composure from Joyo on his own goal line. G2 won't mind too much about that.
Oh, Juicy's got a lot of work to do. He did incredibly well with it. Atomic's first touch maybe left a little bit to be desired. Joyo now moves in. Again, just the fakes. They are jumping at shadows, Moist Esports. Minute and 50 to try and find the goal. Juicy moves on in. Tried for the double, did not find it. Playable position though from Moist Esports, especially with Joyo on the ball. You can see G2, if they don't get the ball, they'll get the car. And now off the reset, go backboard.
That's good force by Cash, forced Atomic to go high. Here comes Joyo the other way, but great rotation by Atomic. Just cuts off the attack again at the point of origin.
Atomic with Chicago to aim for, realized that he wasn't going to get there first. Cash clears into the midfield. That's very different from G2. That midfield thoroughly in their control. Joyo only as far as JNAPS, that's wasteful and almost caught his team. Out to the backboard, G2 waiting for that mistake. Moist Esports not only can't provide it, they need to get the ball onto the orange side of the field or they are out.
Yeah, final minute here. There's no time to hold back for Moist. They need to get something going. They've not really had much to talk about this game. Now the final 45 seconds is upon them.
Joyo challenges Atomic and Chicago are there, but now Juicy's won the challenge. Chicago tries to just slow the play down. That's across the face of goal. Juicy couldn't make contact, and it pinches horribly for Moist. They're into their own side of the field. They have to go again.
Joyo has control though. He's got an option in field. Got a flip. Goes from distance, but again G2 have 2 defenders.
The Talisman couldn't do it. Now it's up to Juicy. The unproven, the rookie. He couldn't get through. Joyo clears. They're throwing everything they can right now. But G2 Esports look to have them covered. Up goes Joyo. Drops it.
Oh!
It's still alive. Juicy. Only as Picardo Chicago, who drops the ball down. G2 flawless.
What a statement win. Well, they're happy.
That was the perfect result for G2 fans. Moist Esports are eliminated, and G2 Esports are right up there in championship contention.
And what a quarter-final we've got to look forward to. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to be in for a treat with a rematch of last year's final. Desco, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. But wow, what a performance by G2. You know, we're wondering how realistic was that wildcard performance? Is it going to translate to the main event? Gen G looked a bit messy. Rule 1's lost earlier in the event, had people scratch their heads thinking, was that a quality win? But how about that for a quality win? Moist, who eliminated FaZe yesterday, have been swept. Now, for Moist, that is still, I think, a good end to the season. This team were in shambles after losing 2 of the world's best players in the last 12 months. But they have rebuilt. They've made top 6 in Boston. They made top 12 at the World Championship. These are young players. They can only improve. Juicy especially, well played. I think yesterday will be a result that they look back on fondly. Today's will be one that they look back and learn from.
They did all they could. A team that had to come together through circumstance with a performance that they can believe in.
Now I've got a little spoiler for you guys watching that I see a JNAPS on the stage right now. I'm wondering, Subi, is he going to take his cap off?
You know, that's the big question, and we'll get to that a little later on. But G2 Esports with a perfect sweep over Moist, and the crowd favorites seem to be sent home. But my question for you, JNAPS, how does this machine tick on for so long?
I think just the amount of practice we've been putting in has paid off, and I know we had a really rough series against Gen G, we went back to the drawing board and fixed the mistakes, and Sathy's been helping us with that. So I think just the dedication and the effort the boys are putting in has brought us this far, and hopefully we can bring it all the way to the finals and take it home.
Now you bring up the practice, the dedication, the hours played in the game, but not a lot of people are also aware that camaraderie goes a long way for teammates as well. Talk to me a little bit about what the friendship is like between you three players and how it translates onto the pitch.
I think all of us, we've been together for so long, and I think we all know how dedicated each other are, and through all the ups and downs, I think it finally, when we get that sweet win, it just feels so good. So I think all of us just want to win so bad and for each other at the same time.
Now we know that you want to win badly, and we know that last season you were so close to victory in the grand finals, and the road to the grand finals is once again going to be through Team BDS, your next opponent. Why is this time going to be different for G2 Esports?
I think maybe just the practice and all the hours we've been putting in will show up versus BDS, but I think the quarterfinals is a little less pressure than the grand finals, so hopefully it'll be different. It won't be a 4-1 this time.
Now all of the NA hopefuls in the crowd certainly are wishing for that. And again, a lot of people view you as a car on a field and not a person outside of the game. You've had to deal with so much adversity off of the pitch this season alone. How do you overcome all of that, kind of put it in the back of your mind, and you're able to perform every single time you take this stage?
I think just with the support of everyone around me, my family, my friends, and my teammates, and everyone in the Rocket League community, it makes it a lot easier. If I was alone, then it would be tougher, but I think just everyone having my back through tough times really helped me.
Now we've got time for one more question, and I couldn't think of a more fitting one. Could you please bless us by taking off that cap and showing that beautiful mane?
I believe that technically qualifies as a mullet.
Mullets are 4-0.
Look, we went in for mullets. We went out with, I'm not sure what that was, but how good did that look? Jay and Ash, I mean, they talk about their dedication to their craft and how, they've been putting in the hard work, but just, getting his haircut there just shows as well they're still seeing the fun side of things. As you said, they're seasoned veterans at the World Champs. Yeah. They're still willing to have fun and, enjoy the moment, which is really, it's helping them on the game day as well.
Yeah. They get the win here, but Moist, this was a rough series from them from beginning to end.
Yeah, Moist, it felt like through fall, after they lost Rise, it was just a rebuild and trying to figure out a roster that works. And it worked well enough to make it to 9th at the World Championship. They should be proud of that. But G2 just outclassed them here. It just felt like they couldn't get it done. 3 overtimes. They just couldn't get that clutch goal that we're so used to. So hopefully we'll see those 3 players back next year.
For sure. Now we can walk through the series here. It was pretty clean, pretty fast. 4 wins.
Yeah.
About as fast as a series can be.
Let's just show some G2 goals. But the most important thing, I think, was Game 1. Yep. Big time goals by Atomic. I said he has to have a better match than he did versus Gen G. He gets the tying goal and then the overtime goal. And at that point, I'm like, all right, Atomic's confident. And if he is, G2's going to easily take the series.
Yeah, he's the catalyst for this roster. When they added him all the way back in the winter split of last season, he elevated the squad. Drees was really good, but Atomic's even better. And then when you got one of the greatest snipers of all time shooting like that on a land stage, CJ, he's hard to beat.
I mean, the series was Joyo versus Atomic, but you've always got the sniper as well in Chicago. I mean, this is just a well-oiled machine. We talked about it pre-series, Bates. It's a 3-man offense. This isn't there's no individuals on G2, and that's how they've come together into this World Championship tilt. The boys coming out as paying off for them.
That's right, exactly. And then overhand on the Moist end of things, it was Joyo trying to will his team to victory. Cash didn't have his usual sniper-like performance. He needed to play a little bit better, but it happens. This is second time playing in front of a crowd, first time playing at a World Championship. He'll be back better than ever.
We have to remember, like that, the way Joyo played, this will be remembered for a long time at the World Championships. I mean, we talked about the series yesterday against FaZe as well. That was that was something else.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking of like Chaucet back at DreamHack back in the day, popping off. He was that one-man show. So those guys will be back, as we said. They had a bit of a rough run coming into Worlds. They found a little bit of form, but in the end, G2 too strong.
G2 too strong. Much of that was Atomic. We've talked about him a little bit already, but just in case you missed any of his highlights there in the package, let's rerun it for this one.
Why not? And again, that game one was huge. It was a high-scoring game, and Atomic, he got going right away. 20 seconds into the match, and then again, right at the end, when you need a big moment, he puts that home. They even missed the bump, but he still put it home. And then right here, he just slots it bottom right. So Atomic, well done.
Doing everything, satisfying the eye test, but also satisfying the statisticians out there. Ooh, that's a tough word to say. 556 score per game. Had the most goals, tied for the most goals, had the most saves, had the most demos, and had the most assists out of anybody throughout the whole series.
I mean, it was great to hear a lot of love for G2 and that man Atomic in the arena as well. And I mean, he's just having fun out there. As I said, I feel like they're locked in. They have been locked in. Sathu said that we're going to scrim. We're not going to leak any results. We're going to keep our play style, keep everything under wraps within the team, and it's letting Atomic shine.
Well, folks, that concludes the group stage of the Rocket League World Championship. We can take a look at how things went. We were talking about this earlier, Gibbs. There wasn't many upsets.
Yeah, not many upsets. Like, if a wildcard team was better in wildcard, they usually got the rematch win as well. So we still haven't seen that big upset. Last year, we waited till Furia Moist in the playoff bracket. So maybe for NA's hopes, we'll see some upsets there. But right now, so far, the good teams are winning.
I feel like you could make an argument for Crew over NIP being an upset there, but again, game
Minor,
7.
very minor,
yeah, it's just an interregional battle that's gone back and forth and was a very even match before it. Here's how things looked in Group B. Similar story over here. And what was generally a more one-sided group down the board. Only one Game 7 here, Bates.
Only one Game 7 indeed. Maybe you can make an argument for upset FaZe versus SSG, but going on in current form, SSG is probably a little bit better, but this group, pretty quick. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, why isn't this as competitive as Group A? Well, clearly these 4 teams were way better than everybody else.
Well, folks, that leaves us with only 8. The top 8 teams in the world are BDS, G2, Liquid, Space Station Gaming, Gen G Mobile One Racing, Carmine Corps, Team Vitality, and Team Falcons. They will battle for the World Championship.
And this is the pinnacle of Rocket League. This is what you play the game for. 10 months of grinding to get to that final playoff bracket.
We got 4 Europeans as well, 3 North Americans, and Falcons as that lone MENA team.
That lone MENA team. And listen, we had a lone Sam team last year who went up against the EU #1 going into it, and they took them out. And next matchup, we got a lone MENA team going up against the EU #1. Not his seeding, but it turns on form. It could be upset time.
This one is going to be crazy, folks. We will play 2 of our quarterfinal matches right now. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. So when we come back, the Rocket League World Championship, you will see Vitality versus the Falcons of the Middle East here. It's going to be an intense one. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Let's hear what some of the Vitality players have to say.
Bonjour, je suis Zen, j'ai 16 ans, je viens de Normandie et je suis là pour jouer les World Championships. Le moment où je me suis vraiment mis à fond dans les jeux, c'est quand... en fait, honnêtement, j'ai toujours été dans les jeux vidéo, mais quand j'ai eu 13 ans, j'ai commencé à jouer avec des pros comme Scrubkilla et du coup, vu que j'ai gagné tous les pros, je me suis dit pourquoi pas faire ça et du coup, j'ai juste continué à jouer au jeu. Au début, ma famille, ils y croyaient pas forcément parce que c'était un peu nouveau pour eux et dès qu'ils ont réalisé que c'était vraiment vrai, qu'on pouvait vraiment gagner de l'argent, qu'il y a des tournois, etc., ils ont commencé à me suivre à fond dans ce que je faisais. Un peu les commentaires avant sur Twitter, mais pour moi, j'étais pas le futur prodige. Juste, je jouais pour moi et pour le plaisir. Ça m'a pas fait grand-chose, j'ai pas trop eu de pression, j'avais juste envie de jouer en RLCS, quoi. Quand je suis rentré sur la scène à Boston, j'étais stressé parce que voir du public autant, c'est beaucoup. C'est beaucoup de stress pour moi et j'ai réussi à le gérer petit à petit. Avant de rentrer sur All One, j'ai eu tellement de stress en moi que j'ai pleuré, quoi. Non, je savais pas que Ferra allait faire ce move d'avoir le public avec nous. Et pour moi, ça m'a donné encore beaucoup plus d'énergie d'avoir le public avec nous, parce que quand t'as quelqu'un qui te soutient, c'est plus incroyable que quand t'as tout le monde contre toi, quoi. Ça fait du bien d'avoir du public et je me suis senti fier qu'ils ont été contents de notre victoire. Je joue pour m'amuser. Honnêtement, moi, j'y pense pas trop à l'argent. C'est juste, je veux juste m'amuser et gagner tous les tournois si possible. Je sais que dans tous les cas ça va être dur, mais je veux juste gagner et m'amuser sur le jeu. Pour moi, les Worlds, je suis clairement pas aux Worlds. Je sais pas, j'arrive pas à le ressentir, mais je suis grave excité de jouer. Moi je pense que si je l'ai fait, tout le monde peut le faire, donc juste foncez et vivez votre passion. Pour moi ça serait bien d'avoir ce trophée parce que c'est les Worlds, mais pour moi je vais tout donner aux Worlds. Et si on gagne les Worlds, je serai trop content. Mais dès que la saison est finie, c'est fini. Et je me concentrerai sur les prochaines RLCS, quoi.
So hard it hurts to feel it touch so hard it burns. It isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded own sensation now. Every time I dream of you, I see. Kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
Says they want to lift that trophy. But this is where you find out who truly wants it.
She's carrying it. Turnover. They can put it in. Do it. Oh my God. Double tap this hit. Oh my God. You know what? Puts it through. This is Rocket League. Pounces to itself. Flip reset. Getting it.
This months-long journey is now down to its final 2 days. Here are your World Championship top 8 contenders. Your reigning and defending Rocket League champions of the world, Team BDS. Man on a mission for redemption, last year's runner-up, G2. The young mechanical wizards of Europe, Team Liquid. Back in the top 8 for the first time in 4 years, Space Station Gaming. Your fall major champions, NA's new overlords, Gen G. The winter major champions, the Blue Wall, Karmine Corp. Flying high into the top 8 for the very first time, representing MENA, Team Falcons. And your spring major champions, the Golden Hornets, Team Vitality!
The Blue Wall had to wait to watch their team play on the stage. The Team Vitality, the Swarm here, has been waiting even longer. It's finally time to give them their due, and what an accomplishment to these 8 teams. We started with 24 here at the World Championship. We are now down to our top 8. Even if they make it no further, this is such an accomplishment.
And we started with thousands in qualifiers all through this year, but 8 teams, 3 wins away from a World Championship. This is what they play Rocket League for. This is where they make their mark. This is where mistakes will happen as well. It's high-pressure matches. We'll see who can come out on top.
Take a look at the playoff bracket here, CJ. And I mean, theory crafting how this is going to go, which team has the best matchup, which teams have the best chances of making that run. BDS they have to, they're not on the same side as Karmine Corp and Vitality, but they have to go through the team they met in the finals last year.
Yeah, you can talk about tough and easy brackets, but when you're in the top 8 of a World Championship finals, you have to beat everyone if you want to be the best team in the world. Obviously, BDS, as we said, they avoid the big 3 on that side of the bracket, but G2, they look so good right now, so that's a tough quarterfinal.
Absolutely here, folks. We'll see 2 quarterfinals here today, Bates, with Falcons taking on Vitality and Karmine Corp taking on Gen G Mobile 1 at the end of this. So, Falcons versus Vitality, first top 8 for the Middle East at the World Championship.
And last time we saw Vitality, when they played in front of a crowd their first game, nerves were plenty. Falcons have had 2 games in front of the crowd. Can they capitalize on that?
We'll see if they
MENA's shining star makes it further than they ever have. World Championship now, bracket, final 8 teams in the game. They have been waiting for this moment for so long. Ahmed has been grinding for years upon years. The first MENA player to ever make it to the main stage, the big stage, and he's leading this unit.
Yeah, we talk about Rule 1, we talk about Twisted Minds coming in, but in the end, it is the godfathers of the region, and here he is, Ahmed. He has been that man and he does elevate on land as well. I mean, he's just so intimidating. He has that presence about him, and he's sort of that Mr. Consistent player, I'd say. He's sort of the Rays Bull of Falcons Gibbs.
The dynamic duo on offense, it's Ahmad, it's TRK, and games 2, 3, and 4 versus Crew, he put on a show to give them the lead in that series to ultimately get them to this playoff bracket. The MVP of last year, he wants to add more trophies to his collection.
And he is legit people, playing the best Rocket League he has ever played. He has always been a great solo player. He has always been great mechanically, 1v1. He checks out all those boxes, but it's the teamwork, the team chemistry that he has incorporated into his game made him so good this weekend.
This man is back in business big time. Khaled, he was pretty quiet at the full major back in Rotterdam, but here at the World Championships, boy, there were question marks about how he was going to perform. He has come through in spades, and if he can, I think the last series was a little bit quieter for him, although they did had a good win. If he can come online here, this team, if there's anyone that can take the Vitality, Khaled on form, now to do absolutely that.
And their opponents, winners of 4 events in a row, please welcome Team Vitality!
Major champions trying to do what no team has done before and win back-to-back lands. And this man sitting down right here could be the one to break all the record books.
And we talk about perfection, Zen is that. Every 3v3 tournament he enters, he wins. But there's 7 other teams with him with 1 life. It doesn't matter. Falcons don't care that Vitality is perfect. They have to prove it on the field.
And it's only fitting that on his right, he plays with one of the legends of the game in and of himself, the vet. You got the young prodigal son on his left, and then you got the veteran in the middle, Alpha 54, one of Vitality's 10 greatest people to ever grace the organization, and one of the best Rocket League players in the history of RL, in my estimation. He's looking for his ring.
He's always been top 5 in the world, hasn't he, T-Bag? Never doubted him for a second. He came on the scene so mechanical back on the day with Savage and Barcelona, those sort of teams, and he still is here right now as the veteran of the team, but with so much potential. And on the other side, Radosin, you have to have this kind of player in the team. He gets in there, gets the dirty work done. He's scary for both sides at times. But boy, is he a massive part as to why this Vitality side is so successful.
And his lower bracket run through Boston, after he had a questionable upper bracket match versus BDS, he bounced right back and got back onto the defensive side and played out of his mind.
Mr. Heckle and Die, that's what I like to call him. You never know what he's gonna do. He might even give you a goal, Falcons. He's gonna give you one, but and CJ's controlling the script. Once he runs over to the producer's box in a couple of seconds, but then he's gonna score right back at you. Vitality about to go up against this Falcon squad. It's about to be a good one.
We can't not talk about the people standing behind these rosters as well. It is a story that feels, I think, tired to us, but there are definitely people here watching, seeing this Vitality team for the first time, who don't know what Farah did in Boston.
Yeah, the Airbus made one of the best speeches in esports history at the Spring Major in Boston. He got the entire North American crowd on his side to bracket reset BDS. Well, I tell you, he doesn't need to do that now. He's got all the Hornets there, the Vitality army standing behind the casters. They're looking strong right now, and they are noisy.
The Falcons have so much behind them. Nick is the coach, not up on stage. He likes to coach them off stage, but he's got these guys ready to win here.
Folks, it's time for the first match of the playoffs. What an accomplishment to make it this far. One team will get to move forward. Who do you think it is? Let us know in chat. Hashtag FLCN, hashtag VIT. Oh, Gibbs, who you got?
There you go. I mean, Vitality's perfect, right? At some point, they might lose.
They have not lost a grand finals.
But I'm not going to bet against them at this point. Vitality, they should win this tournament. They're 8-1 so far. The one question mark is they haven't played in front of the crowd yet. I want to see how they look games 1 and 2. If Falcons can capitalize on that, maybe but Vitality, they're perfect for a reason. I gotta pick it.
Yeah, Vitality look unstoppable right now, but they have not played against peak TRK, which is why I'm going to go to Falcons. I'm going to go a little bit of an upset here. I think the Falcons can get the job done.
Oh man, you know how much I love Mina, you know how much I love Alpha. It's tearing my heart apart. I don't know where to go. I think I just gotta go logically right here. Vitality, they haven't lost yet. Falcons, they're playing their best Rocket League they played all year long, but you're going up against a team that's been that consistent.
Gonna be tough.
Zen's not losing right here, not right now. I'm going with Zen. Oh wait, no! Give me Vitality, I'll switch it around.
Folks, Vitality have not lost, but we have not seen them in front of this crowd, but we have seen them in front of a crowd before. It took them one match to adjust in Boston. I also think Vitality is going to stay alive and move forward in this bracket. But Falcons, they have proved us wrong before. The first team, not from North America or Europe, to play in a major grand final in the RLCS history is up against the tournament favorites here. This one should be amazing.
And how cool is it? They were at the World Championship last year, 9th place finish, no roster moves. We always talk about roster mania after these three guys know they have something special. They showed it through this tournament, and now they can do something even greater.
And it feels appropriate that they are the MENA team to make it to top 8.
100%.
After what they have done for that region there. But Vitality going to be the favorites in chat as well. Recipes for success for Falcons? I don't know, folks. We'll see if they can put it together. Let's get this match underway.
At long last, we've reached the playoffs. We've narrowed the field down to our final 8 teams. What will we see from the best players in the world today? A ceiling shot, maybe a flip reset, or maybe a double tap. This historic playoff begins with a rivalry that predates the Open era, but some of the names have changed. Ahmad and O'Callaghan have gone head-to-head many times with Europe's Golden Hornets. Alpha 54 has his sight set on a crown of his own. The semifinals will only accept one champion of the skies. It's time for the playoffs!
The RLCS 22-23 finally comes to its first quarterfinal, and Stumpy, in the battle of birds versus bees, who's going to come out on top?
Vitality certainly have that crowd favoritism behind them. Right behind us, we have got drums, we have got French people, we have got sheer excitement. However, as we've seen all around Europe, when you have a home team favourite, the rest of the arena, for some reason, decides to root against the Vitality. Our reigning major champions, the favourites coming into this competition as well.
But don't take anything away from the Vulcans returning to form and becoming back to the top of the MENA tree. Already the furthest here, guaranteeing this top 8. Here's TRK. He was shooting so well earlier, and I'll tell you what, Stumpy, if they are to take down Vitality, he has to sink chances like that one.
It's early pressure for Vitality, but Falcons, we saw just how fantastic they were a little bit earlier on. Even against Crew, we saw Khaled, he was underperforming, and yet they managed to work through, get to this quarterfinals. Both teams earned their spots here. Great passing play, TRK to Khaled, but then that man, what a guy he has been in Vitality ever since joining.
Early pressure for Team Vitality, but down the other end is Redostin. He flip resetted it onto the goal line. It was saved just about. Zen tries to prod it home. Zen comes in again. Now Alpha tracking back. Redostin, it was his shot earlier actually. Khaled keeps the attack going. You said he's been quiet, but he's had everything needed for Falcons to be devastating yet again.
Falcons so far have the best offense in the main event as well. They are devastating on attack. But when you look at the other side, Vitality, they have got the best defense in the main event so far. They've conceded the least number of goals and conceded the second least number of shots. This is an all-out shooting gallery against the Bees.
Yeah, you're already seeing why that defense is so hot. 3 saves have been made from decent chances from the Falcons. We're trying to force the ball in. Vitality just have this presence about them that anything short of perfection is barely going to make them break a sweat. Dosen is making Vulcans break a sweat. It falls to Zen, the wonder child. He chain dashes around the corner. Ahmad is there, and so far, Vulcans seeming more than up for the challenge.
Yeah, very much holding on too, and not even just holding on, they are making sure they're taking decent shots at that net. Pushing when they've had the chances. Zen in the midfield, passing off towards Alpha. That's an early shot. It's Ahmad tipping above the crossbar. Zen back down towards Alpha, bottom corner. saved away by TRK.
One of the big, not surprises, but things we were hoping for from Zen when he came into Vitality at the start of spring. Would he still pass the ball? Would he be this glorious, unselfish player? And there we saw that even in the high-pressure situations, he looks for the pass, he gets the angle, Alpha's there. He almost charges down Ahmad. And Team Vitality started slower, but now they're coming to the boil.
Did a good few shots finding their way through from Vitality. Falcons defense, it's not what they're going to be famous for in this competition so far. The support behind us is rallying unbelievably loudly. Radosin with one reset. He goes two! Radosin with an opener!
Bouncing up and down on his chair and leaving his fans doing the same thing. The flip reset was on as soon as he went
What an
on.
intercept.
Alpha helped him and Team Vitality take their lead.
Diving in front, getting that secondary contact. TRK was there quite handily to get the save, in fact. And around half-time, that is Vitality with the good lead. Khaled with one flick, finds Ahmad, finds his shot, but crossbar. That is the third calling point for that ball. Radosin now, long shot, TRK to save away yet again. Alpha, that's going central now. Khaled goes high. In the midfield though, Zen shutting down time and time again. We've seen Zen have brilliant defensive plays in Vitality. We said just how fantastic their defense has been so far in the main event. With one awkward touch from Khaled, he's going to have to step up compared to where he was earlier versus Crew. He averaged 191 score. That will not be good enough versus Vitality.
Falcons, who did get 2 games against Team BDS. It's an impressive result from them to make it into this top 8. But Team Vitality have only dropped 1 in their 2 series so far. 2 best-of-7s as well. Utter dominance from the French team. The French main team, arguably, although there's a few thousand people in here on the opposite side of me who disagree with that statement. As Alpha goes around the back of his own goal. Ahmad can have a clean touch here, who sends it high. As Radosin in front of him, that beautiful boost sliming its way after Radosin. TRK takes the touch. He's been the key attacker right now for Falcons, so Khaled comes in. TRK tries to keep the attack going. Is anybody there for Falcons? Again, no, but they are getting looks.
Person there, Vitality ends up being Zen as well. More defense from him. Khaled going central, but intercepted. TRK goes wanting that ball even longer. Ahmad from the backboard, a minute approaching. And Vitality, that 1-goal lead, may well be exactly what they needed here in the first map.
Ahmad is hoping that Alpha will make a mistake. Radosin, he does have 1 or 2 mistakes in him. Falcons will be hoping that happen here. He normally rallies though.
And we say, yeah, you say that he rallies. They had 1 or 2 mistakes in him and they won a major. Radosin is still an incredible player no matter what we have seen from him. 45 seconds, starting to tick down. Radosin sidewall, 1 reset, can't get the second touch. Alpha, a low 50, and we've seen how important those low 50s can be. Zen, intelligently, doesn't go for a shooting chance on that. Sees that if he goes for it incorrectly, it may well not find its way in. Alpha, ground pitch chance, and Vitality pressure building.
Yeah, here it comes, Radosin to the ceiling. He loves these ceiling plays. Scored winners in majors from them. Another shot comes in, Ahmad sends it out wide, and Ahmad can chase. 20 seconds left now. Zen has the ball. That's a problem for Falcons. Zen flip resets it almost over TRK. Radosin's waiting underneath. It's Zen that it falls to. Zen's going to keep it going. More Team Vitality pressure all the way to the end. Sprinting to the finish line. Alpha's there. TRK in.
Final 5. Falcons not been able to get out of their own half for the last minute or so. Khaled in his back corner has to get something special. He fails to do so. Vitality light up the arena. It is golden and it is game 1.
The Bees taking their flight and leaving their fans buzzing as well. A supreme performance in game 1. There was only 1 goal in it, but in the end, after making all the saves at the start, Team Vitality ended up with 14 shots. It just shows that even when they're not at their absolute best, they are the absolute best.
Falcons, as we heard earlier as well, they are the best performing international team outside of North America and Europe we have ever seen. Spring Major last year, they got to the grand finals versus Moist in the upper bracket as well. They had to get bracket reset to lose it. But Vitality, they are different gravy, and they are giving the beans here at the World Championship in Dusseldorf.
Yeah, Team Vitality already have arguably made the best run in Rocket League history. If they win this, there will be no more debate. Team Vitality attempting to achieve perfection, history, glory, and what better crew to do it in front of?
The French army, most of the French army, the rest are that side of the arena.
Over there somewhere.
Yeah, I've had to ask for every single level, every volume in my earphones to be turned up. I can barely hear from the drums, from the passion we are hearing from those Vitality fans behind us. The Golden Hornets are buzzing, as are their team on the pitch.
They go to game 2, and Falcons will know they had opportunities in game number 1. TRK had a golden one, but he couldn't quite put on target. That has to change now. There's a couple of Vitality players in each other way. Alpha continues the job, charging down Zen as well. A rare mistake from Team Vitality's normally some cream rotation. As Zen is up against Khaled, Zen pushes it forward. Team Vitality hoping just to have a few seconds to breathe here.
30 seconds in, and those seconds to breathe are going to be a little bit shut down as Falcons now begin to push. Zen, that side wall, forgoes the ball, instead goes for the wall. Oh! Khaled with one double tap off the ground. Khaled to shoot, but Zen bumps Radosin, somehow secures a save.
It's better looks though for Falcons. Oh, Khaled's rotating in on the back of TRK's play. He waits, he goes for the bump, he gets it. Armad's in! And Armad opens the door for the Falcons!
Sheer patience from the Falcons. TRK low, Radosin and Zen playing that Canadian goal line defense. No, after you, no, after you. Instead, Armad rudely punts it home. 1-0 Falcons.
French-Canadian, if you will.
45 seconds elapsed, and Falcons with that lead. 1 goal was just about enough vitality in that first game. Alpha bumped away from that chance. TRK becoming much more aggressive. The standout player so far for Falcons. He has been the aggressive man in the goals, in the score, in goal participation, in shooting. No matter the offensive stat, TRK is earning a medal.
Falcons knocking on the door of their own history. Not only have they reascended to the throne in Middle East, they're attempting to be just the 3rd team, not from Europe or North America, to make it to the top 4 of the World Championships. Incredibly difficult. And it'll be even harder here as they're having to do some defending. Alpha's there, Radosin might have a clean shot, he takes it! Khaled and TRK though, they sandwich it out!
But Khaled had to go to the backboard, he had no boost. It was a clever decision, he could get the save in the end because it ended up going to that backboard. Radosin would have had a better chance shooting stronger on net, but of course he doesn't know the boost levels they had. Falcons surviving a very, very low boost defensive play. Alpha challenges off versus Khaled. This time Khaled is going to be the man to escape with the ball. Then up for 1, goes for lean back reset, but Armad kicks it away from his body.
Vitality traditionally more than happy to play this counter-attacking style, so they won't be too worried. The Falcons have taken the lead and had them on the back foot a lot, especially as bumps are coming in now on Armad. Team Vitality return the favour, getting some bumps in of their own after Falcons had started the game getting so many. The aggression levels have definitely risen as TRK almost gets it over the top of Zen, but he was ready for it. Khaled in his way now. Both teams are trying to chuck brick walls at each other. Alpha, though, he does the simple thing, and Alpha gets his flick.
The drawing goal for Vitality comes from the captain. Takes his time, that patience from both teams working wonders. Alpha with the flick over 1 and a tap and smash past the second secures the complete parity in the temple.
With the 1v1 skills on the Falcons team, it will feel extra fun for Team Vitality to get a floor-based goal too. They'll be enjoying that one. TRK. He's just going to wait for Alpha's touch. It's over the top of him. Team Vitality, are they able to turn this through, or can Falcons get it right back out the hole? TRK charged into the center. Khaled's in there now. Armad to the side, trying to get the read on Team Vitality. Falcons staying on the front foot despite conceding the equalizer.
And that pressure is saying that you need to do versus Vitality. You sit back and you basically concede the game. We saw Space Station. Their game plan versus Vitality, despite going down 4-1, was the right thing to do. You try and shut them down. Shut down Zen, shut down Alpha, and you get a good game plan. They were just unable to do it to the quality that they needed to. Falcons, they may well have that kind of ability. Alpha goes 1 ball. Zen with a lackluster shot.
Yeah.
The fake from Radosin allowed that chance, but now a long shot from TRK. Sneaks its way home.
1 pass too many from Zen down one end, and down the other, TRK can just say thank you very much. He shoots it, it wraps its way into the back of the net. Alpha couldn't quite get there, and nor could Zen. 2-1 Falcons. What a turnaround. A slight mistake from Team Vitality. Perfection isn't possible, even from them. And Falcons, they can punish. They're a team that's been used to being sent to the back ropes throughout their regional season. Now they have to do it on the world stage. 2-1 up in game 2, playing well, playing back to their best. So far, as mentioned, only 1 game has been scored against Team Vitality in 2 matches. Utter domination from the Frenchmen, but Falcons pushing them as far as anybody can.
90 seconds tick down on the temple. Radosin up for 1, gets the reset, goes below 1. Alpha is the second man. Strikes with Venom, but nothing gets his way through. Alpha goes to the bump on Khaled, but TRK, he is the second man to defend.
Zen comes in now, he takes over to the ceiling. His favourite domain, Khaled just wants to make sure he can't get too many touches. And then in the end, the ball is sent right back to the corner. Armad tries to get a nudge on Radosin, but Radosin's too fast for it. And he has the ball too. He goes for the edge. Well, can he get the bump? He doesn't need to. Alpha's there. Team Vitality show their brilliance.
The double tap gets the second goal for the Bees. Radosin fakes out one. Alpha is there for that venomous punch. The net is punctured. 1 minute remains.
And you can see Falcons coach deep in conversation already. They are not waiting till they're 2-0 down before having a conversation.
This final minute vital for Falcons. They've had the lead for the majority of this game. Radosin sends it towards that right-hand side. Instead, the ball is picked up by Khaled. Caught by Alpha. Another flick. Will it be deja vu? It's a pass back. Radosin, that's on target. It's weak, but it was placed with precision.
Khaled had to invest all of his boost just to get there, though, and still he's scrambling for pennies. 13 on the goal line. He's spinning around, hoping something will fall for him. And it's not the ball. Here it is now. He can just dodge it away. Radosin's up. The demo comes in too. Vitality could sink it here. Here's Radosin. He gets it underneath one. But Khaled again from the side is the savior.
Double defenders needed for Falcons on every chance. We're seeing Vitality really push, shutting down that Falcons offense as often as they can. But these 2 goals have held firm for Falcons so far. Khaled with one shot. It stays past. It's the third, and Falcons secure the lead with 11 seconds remaining.
Khaled waves away the criticisms as he places this ball deftly into the back of the net. The conversations with the coach do pay off, but there's still 11 seconds. Team Vitality, they will have plays like this in their playbook. On Ferrer's whiteboard, it's for moments like these.
Relatively standard kick-off and a long shot from Khaled. He's going to be pushing Vitality back into their half set, has to get this long, but TRK, the man, going to be standing in the middle. It drops down. Khaled, great defense, and Falcons level our series.
Top play from Team Falcons, a performance that had it all. Especially Stumpy. Khaled, the man you said that score-wise wasn't quite contributing as much as his team. Not that he was playing badly, just not getting the goals. Now he's doing that.
It was a little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. He was, versus crew, getting an average of 191 points across that series per game. That is very low, especially when you see just how much TRK has been participating. In that one, finds himself top of the scoreboard, MVP performance.
And as we see the Mobile One high performance replay, Team Vitality and their coach Ferrer have to ignore the Poznan going on behind them. Vitality aren't looking at the screen right now, their fans, but I'll tell you what, their players certainly will be. And they'll be figuring how they just dropped their second game of this World Championships.
We said about how the aggression may well help out Falcons in this series too. Vitality, through this entire event, they are second in demos at the moment. They know how to deal with this. We see the backdrop of the Golden Hornets behind them. And Vitality know the support is here for them. And if they can continue that aggression and shut down Falcons, this series, it's not going to be doing too well for them. A Falcons, my word, Cole. What a performance they have had, being able to hold up and level us.
It's like the fact that they've returned to the top of their region has just given them that burst of inspiration that they needed. This is the team that made the grand finals of last year's Spring Major. Top 8 in Worlds. They've been here before, they've done that. Ready. Can they go one step further? That's a pretty big wall they have to get over first.
Worth mentioning too, that bear in mind, Vitality weren't even at last year's Worlds. They of course had a very different roster, but Alpha, he didn't attend. Falcons, they did.
So extra experience on the side of Falcons, at least in the sense of Zen and Radosin, but you wouldn't know that so far. Team Vitality have taken to this like a duck to water. Of course they have. Alpha, he sends it forward. TRK had no momentum. But still was able to get a solid punch on the ball. Ahmad waits for it to bounce. Falcons showing their own defensive discipline now, allowing Vitality to come at them.
Then, intelligently from that left wall, goes low, gets the reset. Khaled will be there to defend, but sending two. That's a shot on target. The crossbar goes down. Alpha Central, Radosin fakes out the touch. Alpha 54 credited with goal number 1.
A wee little cheeky one from Radosin there. Ahmad couldn't read him. Could have been a bump, could have been a redirect. In the end, it was neither, but it was good enough to get the goal.
Shows that you don't need to make contact all the time. If you can throw off the defender, you're going to be doing just as strong of a job. The opening minute will be ending with that Vitality lead. TRK passing Central. Ahmad shoots, but Zen pushes his way forward.
Alpha almost showed that sometimes you do have to connect, particularly when you're defending and there's a Falcons player in the center, just waiting to pounce on any errors. Alpha. He gets it past one as well, has the flip reset, which he turns into a wave dash. But sadly for him, the ball just goes back to Radosin.
Ahmad's positioning there, pushes far into the opposition corner. Steals boost, and look at how low Vitality find themselves. The Falcons, they need to push soon as the boost is very much on their side. The pass from Ahmad is beautiful. All started with his boost steal.
The plays from Falcons making Vitality sweat, but so far they're keeping their cool. And then Radosin forces the error.
A minute 30 and Ahmad falters. Radosin, he gets the dunk, and Ahmad a complete miss. He has boost to spare as well.
Radosin on Ahmad again. Ahmad is going to have nightmares about Radosin going for the ball because Radosin is Vitality's chaos factor.
What I love seeing is TRK look to his teammates and say, boys, don't worry, shake it off, we're good. We've already got a game. 2 goals, it's okay. We can work it back. A long shot sees Alpha have to push his way past that halfway line. TRK goes up high to challenge him. He's going to win that ball.
Zen's inevitably going to catch this perfectly and get the boost. There it is right there, and past Khaled. He gets the flip reset. Ahmad's in his way. Zen wants to keep going. Almost in one of his Zen things. Just a slight warning, because he's really yet to get completely into this series.
2 minutes elapsed, and these 2 goals for Vitality looking instrumental to a win. Pass towards the right-hand side, sees Alpha challenge Khaled. Khaled wins out on that chance. Then up high, a couple of awkward touches. Lots of boost spent for really not much game.
Again, Falcons trying to up the trickery in the Team Vitality goal line. Khaled's there. Khaled gets into the corners. Then was steaming in there. Radosin to the back wall. He wants to get the extra touch. Khaled sends it as high as he can. Now Alpha to the ceiling. Alpha's chasing. Team Falcons having to do some defense.
And what a nightmare Radosin's being. He is jumping in and being an utter nuisance player, making sure the Falcons don't feel comfortable on any chance. One dunk, gets it past, the shot is credited, but Falcons deal with it well.
So far, Radosin, the key player. Falcons have to quieten him down. Here he comes again, though. Zen's underneath him as well. It doesn't fall for Zen, and now Zen's deleted. Alpha in the corner. Ahmad can wait for this one, but he can't wait for too much longer with just 2 minutes left. Falcons have to get an attack going, and so far, not really doing it.
A naughty double commit going from Vitality on that attacking chance. Won't be too detrimental to them. And this last couple of minutes has been game management from Vitality. We've not seen many of the numbers shoot up on our scoreboard. It has been making sure that they manage this game to the death.
And every time Radosin gets it, this is what he does as well. Launches another grenade into the Falcons' defense. It's Alpha's turn now. He ups the pace. So Khaled saw it coming and put it in from the side. TRK is here. Zen's beneath him. Ahmad to the right. He couldn't quite find him. And now Zen, he has a chance to dribble it. Team Vitality happy to take to the floor. Alpha, he pushes that one in like a snooker player, but it's not quite in the pocket.
2 touches on the woodwork. Won't be seeing success for Vitality. A minute 15. Khaled shooting long, but Zen is going to find himself back. Does get that defensive play. TRK to shoot. Forces Radosin and Alpha to challenge on that ball. Radosin calls it to defense yet again. The halfway line, not having the ball past it in this opportunity. The final minute now, really ticking down, and Falcons, they need to build up soon.
They have all the ball, but only 4 shots to show for it. 11 on the side of Team Vitality. When they come forward, they're actually forcing danger, especially with misses like that from Ahmad. One error, you're gonna get sunk.
The pass from Zen, finding the corner. Ahmad misses it completely, playing a little bit too passive. And TRK, what do you expect from him? The 3rd from Vitality. 2 for Alpha, 1 for Radosin, and a game win for the Bees.
Clearly, Radosin has got under Ahmad's skin. He was starting to believe you missed the ball and you definitely score. Sadly for him, it was the other team who scored. Zen might make it 4 as well. Just Khaled in front of him. Zen flicks it and then retreats.
See the demo from TRK onto Radosin, perhaps a hint of what may well be to come. More demos needed for Falcons. That is what Space Station Gaming did so fantastically against Vitality and really made them sweat.
The question now, as this game's pretty much done, and Team Vitality continue to squeeze all the life out the ball and out of the game, is can Falcons build up anything to take into Game 4? Can they get a chance, a passing play, a demo, some way to frustrate Team Vitality to rock this mighty ship?
So far, we've only seen 6 shots come out from Falcons as well. They're being pretty much shut down. Game number 3, going the way of Vitality, and the fans behind us becoming more and more electric as they move closer to a semi-finals appearance.
Starting to swarm in their hive for Team Vitality fans. And Falcons, though, have done this before. They've conceded goals mid-game and had big discussions, learned from them, changed their game style and their play style. So these discussions paramount if Falcons aren't to launch another foray forward into this series. They've looked as good as anyone, Stumpy, but Vitality, they are just that good.
Vitality definitely looking like a team where when they get a few goals going, they will continue that steam rolling. But the 3 goals, a couple of them from the Falcons eras too. We saw obviously Radosin pushing Armad to his limit. But ultimately the series score, it's 2-1. Falcons, they make Vitality bleed. And it is not an easy opportunity for Vitality just to steal this series away from them, as we have seen them do to some of the best teams in the world.
So much passion in here, Stumpy, so much energy. We can barely hear ourselves at times. There's a constant thumping drum that seems to be the baseline to Team Vitality's victory at this point in time. Falcons are going to keep changing that as best they can. It's a long way back, but they are forcing a fight.
And imagine seeing that out the corner of your eye if you are Falcons. To your left, the black, yellow, and white flags waving in favor of Vitality. But Falcons, they have forced their way through European crowds previously. We mentioned that Spring Major in last season. They had a lot of support there. They've got a lot of support now.
Falcons want to get things going. Team Vitality want to return to the norm of Radosin on the ceiling. Here's Zen now, he's going round. Yet to see a Zen wonder goal, which is a wee bit disappointing. 4 games in, we'd expect 1 or 5 by now. Radosin goes around the corner. TRK meets him as well. Armad should be able to dribble this one away. This is what Falcons need, some time on the ball.
Time on the ball and also time in that opposition's half as well. Get those demos. I really can't say how important they are and how much Vitality they didn't deal with that particularly well. Space Station, they got 1 game against them by going for that aggressive. They shut down Zen so intelligently. They made him uncomfortable. So far, we've not seen Falcons do that. They have got that 1 game win. They started this series wonderfully. Khaled with a shot on net. It's halfway in, but you need 100%.
Yeah, Zen and Radosin not only got the save, they also somehow managed to keep boost too. So Falcons have to go back and reform their attack. TRK up against Alpha. Alpha fakes him out. Oh, Khaled makes sure that he does not get faked himself. And now TRK can get past then. Just Alpha and Radosin in front of him. Sounds easy when you put it like that. Not so easy when it has to happen, but Armad does a great job until Radosin sends it to Alpha. So good. A turn-away goal is there. Oh, Khaled at the post gets the save.
A smidge wide, and Alpha had the chance to secure it in 90 seconds. That first shot is going to be disappointing for him, but Alpha has to work his way back from that disappointment. Alpha now continuing down the pitch. Forces 2 to commit to that. Zen, the right wall gets bumped, not quite to the ceiling, instead onto the reset over Khaled, over Ahmad. Finds Khaled on that back line.
Alpha's coming in, but Alpha misses. Oh, Khaled actually puts that one a bit close to Alpha, so was able to continue. Ahmad now with Alpha charging him down. Alpha wants to keep the attack going, but shouldn't be able to now. And Khaled's clearance only goes as far as Radosin. He waits, he shows his hand late. Ahmad can't quite get it past him, but the dunk isn't enough for a goal.
The ball barely spinning its way past the halfway line. Alpha with a shot on target. Khaled's able to clear it away, but look at the boost for Falcons. It is reducing. It's getting a little bit scary, a little bit hairier. But Vitality now, they are forced to find their way back on defense. The offense from Falcons so far unable to find its way out. Zen had an open net, but shoots wide.
Yeah, Falcons have come across on the side far so far in this series, so Zen knew it would have to be speedy in order to get past them. Zen this time does take a touch for himself. Khaled is in there. Khaled wants to get the redirect maybe instead. Leaves it to Alpha, who sends it forward for himself. TRK and Khaled at the near post, and that is beautiful control from TRK.
I love that touch. Takes it low, doesn't boom it, Zen reads that boom. Instead takes it low, makes sure that he takes his time. And patience, it really seems like that is a virtue in this game. Both teams are making sure they wait out any play that they get, because any touch is a virtue.
Falcons have rode out the storm so far from this mighty Team Vitality ship. Refusing to go behind when Vitality started well, but here's then he gets the flip reset. TRK was there.
They've not just ridden the storm cold, they have managed to match the storm. They have been just as electric and just as turbulent as Vitality have been here in the Colosseum.
Armad's up for that one. Knows it's going over though, so holds his boost. Great composure from Armad. So now he can use it. He can just show his face. Help out his team any way that he can, but Alpha does get a clean touch in the end. He gets 2 or 3 more as well from the back wall, maybe. Khaled is there. Khaled up against Radosin. TRK takes the boost, but Armad still has 89. Look at that control.
Final 90 ticks down. Zen! It's top bend!
Just when it seemed that Falcons were getting back on top, Zen sniffed half an opportunity, slowed himself down, then sped up at the final second.
Sniping the perfect pixel, and Zen puts Vitality ahead. They're 2-1 in the series, they're 1-0 in the game. Falcons, they've had decent number of chances, the exact same number of chances, in fact, as Vitality. Both taking 4 shots in total. 1:15 to tick down. Another long ball into that blue half. Falcons, they need to push. Get more demos, lads. Make it 2v3.
Oh, that's great
TRK
pace.
tries to go for the edge roll bump, but Radosin stands firm.
Khaled, though, he can take over now. Ahmad has the central boost. So Team Vitality, a little bit lackluster in the center. TRK, he's all by himself. Ahmad's up as well. He can shoot. Here he does. Radosin with the wonder save.
Gets it with that again, the perfect pixel. Manages to clear it away. Khaled goes high with that one chance then. With a nice chance to carry. 1-2. But the second from Ahmad sends it back towards their own half.
Falcons tripping over each other's feet. It has to be a little bit more precise. The comms have to remain high, even though the pressure is up. Alpha, he's at the back wall. He gets the catch. Ahmad waiting for him. Alpha just slows down time and gets the ball back to Radosin, who's up against Khaled now. Can he get the bump? Not quite.
20 seconds remaining, and Falcons, they are down by 1. Radosin, yet more nuisance from him. Khaled gets bumped towards that goal line. It's open, and it's Zen!
The roar from Zen. It was a simple goal, but how much did it mean? A game they had to battle for from beginning to end. They've not had it all their own way, but still, they have found a way.
Vitality fighting, and Falcons haven't been able to match them so far. A timeout call, I smell. I feel like we're going to be seeing it, but 3-1 down in the series is a very scary time to take it. Essentially a best-of-5 reverse sweep they're going to be looking at now.
This will not be enough for Falcons. Making the top 8 would have been a successful season at the start of it, but when you're here, it is never enough until you hoist aloft that trophy at the end of Sunday.
And look at the orange bars, every single one in favor of Vitality.
For now, we'll just see Vitality calmly take a sip of their water, try and reground themselves in this situation. They always want to remain professional. No matter how much they've won, no matter how much they have done, all that matters to them is that they are serious about what's about to happen. 3-1 up now in this series, and showing more quality than ever before.
In this Mobile 1 high performance replay, we're going to be seeing Team Vitality in their couple of goals, and as we prophesized, Cole, that is going to be a timeout call for the Falcons. Lots of thinking to do, but just 60 seconds added to that clock.
And when down 3 at an RLCS LAN, down 3-1, sorry, 0% of teams have ended up winning the series. That's out of 17 attempts. An absolutely huge stat coming in right now. Yet more flames for the fire that Falcons have to try and suppress. It's an almost impossible task, but if anybody can do it, it's those 3 on the stage right now.
And to make that even more of a chasm of a stat, if you call it when you're down 2-1, you've got roughly a 30% win rate. And then, as you said, Cole, that goes down to 0. If you leave it until 3-1 down. Falcons are here to attempt to change that stat. They've done it before. They have rewritten history and they have paved their own path. This timeout may well be another page in their storybook.
Team Vitality, though, let's talk about their own storybook. That's what their fans want us to do.
Their fans are going ballistic in the arena. But I've heard whenever the Falcons have scored, that they have got fans here too.
Not quite the 112 record. That's what we're competing against as far as decibels go.
We've still got Sunday to come.
A big Sunday to come, Stumpy. A massive Sunday to come, but that's in the future. We're here right now. Team Vitality, 1 game away from making it to the semi-finals.
Falcons, big chance had in that 1 extra minute. In this first 10 seconds, they've absolutely got the pressure to Ahmad to shoot early, but it's slow, and it's Radosinho to clear it away.
O'Callaghan takes the touch though, Zen's underneath. Can O'Callaghan get past him, Zen? His 50-50 game was strong, but TRK sniffed it out himself, took it to the side wall. And now Ahmad can take over. Alpha with a soft miss. He should be able to make something from this one still, but Ahmad got himself a flip reset on the challenge. So Falcons still showing the challenge game can be theirs. It's just, can they bully that ball home?
We've spoken previously about that challenge game as well, Cole, where Vitality, whenever they seem to get those 50s, it goes to one of their teammates. They manage to clip it towards another player in yellow. Falcons, they are another team where that 1v1 prowess is so incredible. They are able to do the exact same, and it is absolutely a battle of the challenges so far.
TRK fell for none of Radosin's tricks there. Didn't fall for the fake, but Radosin, he was charging down Armad yet again. Constant fly that Falcons have to keep swatting away. Then gets his touch, slows it down yet again. Wants control, wants all eyes on him. Instead it's Radosin that takes over. Alpha's coming in, but a trio of Falcons players just boom that ball away.
A minute elapsed so far, and it has been Falcons with decent pressure and Vitality with a scant few chances. Zen pushes along, cleared away by Arman, however. Alpha to the ceiling, drops it for Radosin. Pitched goalward. Khaled has to get a solid touch, and he does so. Finds TRK, in fact, and it rockets to the opposite corner.
So far a tight game 5. 2 shots for one shot for the other. Both teams just trying to feel each other out yet again. It's almost like the tactical timeout has reset this series completely. Team Vitality, they're strong starters though. Armad's up, can he get this one to the backboard? Not quite! He doesn't need to, Falcons take the lead!
And the fake is incredible! What a pass from TRK, lost it high. Armad called away from it. It's a self-pass. And Vitality, they fell for the bait. Falcons lead.
I fell for the bait myself. I thought that was a pure miss, but on looking at the replay, he definitely meant to leave that one to a teammate.
Damned it.
That's the creativity you need to break through Team Vitality. Can TRK show more? He puts it into the corners, Zen's there. He picks out Radosin. Radosin on the ceiling now. Armad's there. Khaled has no one in front of him. That's the difference from Falcons. That's what Vitality do. Whenever there's a Falcons clearance, there's no one there for them.
Very brave pass from Radosin across his own goal line, manages to find Alpha with it, however. Zen now up high, that left wing is going to be his, but Khaled is going to be lurking just down the line for him. Radosin with a signature miss. It wouldn't be Radosin Vitality without a cheeky little whiff. Don't worry about it though, because Armad is going to be receiving. You see Khaled waiting central. Armad nearly getting that just above Radosin. Instead it falls back down towards Alpha, and this midfield play from both teams is instrumental. Neither of them giving up space.
Yeah, just prodding each other at the moment. Those sledgehammers falling. Alpha almost gets one in the sky. TRK sets it for Armad, but Zen is there yet again. Zen refusing to be beaten until Armad can come into the corner. Can't get the boost either. So Alpha continues to annoy the Falcons. Team Vitality upping the pace now. This has been the moment they've said charge. How effective will that charge be? Radosin up against TRK. Again though, Falcons, 3 of them back. The most offensive game we've seen from them so far in this series. Armad, he wants to bump out Zen, he does, and the demo comes in, and Khaled says thank you very much, and doubles the Falcons' lead.
It's 2 for the Falcons, and it's Khaled finding Armad. Couldn't quite find Zen. TRK with a beautiful demo. Khaled can snipe that bottom corner, and Falcons, they get a second.
Zen whacked from pillar to post. One gets the bump, the other finishes the job. He's not a prodigy, he's just our opponent. We're going to take him down. It could be TRK with the third as well from the kickoff. Oh, but there's no one there for Falcons.
And Falcons, when they score first, they have a 90% win rate in these games. They actually outdo Vitality in that stat as well, who only have an 86% win rate when they score first. So Falcons, this one near enough locked on, but 90 seconds tells a story in Rocket League.
Team Vitality came from 2 goals down in Game 7 against Carmine Corp at the Spring Major. And that was in Game 7 as well. If they can do it then, they can do it here. So don't count anything if you're the Falcons.
A minute 15, and it's Khaled wanting to push even further. What a performance it's been from the Falcons so far. Deadeye Canyon being a breeding ground for the Falcons. A minute 10, Radosin finds that midfield. Yet more battling, but yet more blocking off. What defense we've seen from Falcons so far. A team that we have said throughout this series has been that offensive play.
These whiffs and fakes from Vitality seeming a little bit less controlled now. Just have to get Carter ball, that's what they do!
What a block.
Khaled makes the save, and then Khaled flicks it on.
Final 45. It's going to be ticking down, and it's back in that Vitality quarter. The pressure from Falcons has been unbelievable. Another demo from Khaled on Radosin. They've shot Vitality down, and that graveyard is full of B corpses.
Oh, it's dangerous though. The demo opens things up. Zen up against Armad. Zen wins it cleanly. Khaled, now Radosin's in the way. TRK, he takes control of the situation. 20 seconds left until Falcons make this series even more nervy, and they're sending the ball long too. Sending forward the house. No more defending now. They just want the ball, but Zen's to the ceiling. TRK up against him. Alpha's in there. Armad gets the save and maybe steals the game. Oh! Radosin! He's missed on left.
but nothing to come from it. Falcons, game 5 is gonna be theirs.
And that was potentially a key moment. Team Vitality supreme. 3 regional victories, 1 major victory. Never knocked out of a tournament. But there has been one half question mark. Redosin misses the ball. Does it tilt them out?
No. It was 10 seconds left. It was a single shot. It is unbelievably unlikely that you get the game win from there. That's just, let's get a goal in garbage time. Let's see what we can do. Falcons, an unbelievably well-earned victory. Congratulations to them for that one. It's 3-2 so far. And Vitality, they take that timeout after just 2 losses.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all, just to doubly make sure that what you're saying is true. In my opinion, it doesn't matter the context. You miss a chance like that, and it just begins to get under your skin. Hopefully with Ferrer talking to them. The supreme Ferrer, who had such a big part to play in their Boston major victory. For anybody who was unfortunate enough not to see it, he turned the crowd around, ensuring a North American 10,000 odd people suddenly were supporting his team. But now it's more tactical.
Yeah.
Now they have the fans. Now they have the upper hand. They just have to cash it in.
It's going to be a lot of work for Ferrer here, making sure that he has done the magic again. We've seen how instrumental, which absolutely seems to be the word of the series so far, that Ferrer has been to this team, making sure that he can lift them from anything. They still have the lead. They still have the fan base. They still have the quality to excel here in Dusseldorf at the World Championships. But it's up to the players to make sure that they can work through this sensational Falcons opposition.
The game is now bubbling up. We are so close to taking to Neo Tokyo and seeing if Vitality can complete what they will feel is their destiny. Or if Falcons can swipe it away from them, just like they've swiped it away from Twisted Minds in this event, just like they've swiped it away from Rule 1 to be the best in their region once more.
We spoke about these timeout stats previously and how important they can be. We have seen when a team takes a timeout with a 3-2 lead, a 93% win rate, 13-1. In fact, the last 12 teams to call a timeout at 3-2 up have won the series. Vitality are hoping to make that 13, and Falcons want to smash any statistics that come their way.
And the Bees about to be squashed. We shall see. Zen, he's already up though, he's got control of it. What a goal this could be. Early doors in game 6. TRK though continues his incredible performances here. He has to do more though. Zen to the backboard, has the flick reset. Maybe got a touch his team, didn't need him. Finally, TRK gets it away. Now down the other end. Has he got the flick? It's underneath instead. Alpha stands as tall as he has to keep it at 0-0.
What a pass up from Ahmad too. Finds TRK on the halfway line. Goes high and Ahmad immediately provokes. TRK goes low. Gets the double challenge. Khaled fakes out. Dead.
Unbelievable, Khaled. He slowed his roll. He tried to keep on going. Vitality still managed to get in the way. Ahmad's turn now. But Redosin air dribbles away. The man who had the miss at the end of the last game. Can he make up for it here? It's underneath 1. Not quite in the end.
We've seen some magic on Neo Tokyo and this competition so far. We've seen those double wins for Elevate. We've seen Realize get them, and Neo Tokyo was the ground for them too. Vitality wanting to win it out on map number 6. Khaled has to get a touch away. But Alpha, he opens it up. The Bees sting.
You cannot miss against Team Vitality anywhere, especially there for Khaled. Alpha did one of my favorite things for players to do. He gambled on the miss. He got himself the goal, and his team had the lead once more.
We were talking about the Vitality win rate, or sorry, team's win rate when they go up. It is very favored. It's 86% that we see for Vitality. Falcons, as we said, they want to smash those stats. Khaled ekes it away from Redosin on that challenge.
Yeah, I love that from Khaled, cutting in from the side, showing his pace yet again. Team Vitality unable to download the flow of this game, the way Falcons are mixing up this pace. Now it is Khaled and Alpha. TRK ain't making the same mistake as his teammate earlier, making sure he connects to the ball cleanly. And Alpha in the end has a neat touch for himself, wants to get the musty but can't quite wrap his car around. But Team Vitality keeping this ball pinned in the Falcons corner.
2 minutes elapsed and Vitality with that lead. Redosin central, on target! It's Redosin with the second and Vitality excel!
They just keep up the pressure, Team Vitality. It's nothing too clever, nothing too special. Good old-fashioned rotational Rocket League. It's looking like it's going to be enough to clutch these Falcons from their flight.
2 minutes now gone, and Falcons, it's going to be a very hard job for them to be securing 2 bursts of Vitality with the lead. TRK, though, he's got the ability. Alpha goes along with that ball, nearly dunks on Khaled. Zen goes high with it. Ahmad to block.
Ahmad now has to step up, has to be his team's captain. He gets the ball again from TRK. Alpha saw the danger. TRK keeps it up, but there's a bump as well. And now Zen can clear long. Oh, Khaled to the skies.
Tell you what, we're seeing that over and over again as well. Zen and the rest of Vitality are going for long shots. They're saying to Falcons, boys, you can push us as much as you like, but if you leave that net open, then we are going to make sure that we capitalize.
Alpha wants to pick out Radosin, and then he does. Oh, Khaled just gets in his way as quickly as he possibly can. Team Vitality continue this play style on the front foot. Ahmad and Khaled almost squeeze the ball into their own net, but then TRK turns it into an attack.
Under half of the game left, TRK versus Zen. A matchup for the ages, but Radosin sneaks his way in there. The leopard-printed warrior tries to go central with that chance. Oh, Khaled isn't able to get it too much past Alpha. Keeps challenging against them and does come out with the balls. Zen is the second man to it.
One more goal from Team Vitality could well sink this one. Falcons doing a great job of ensuring that doesn't happen, but can they do a little bit more? TRK's in trouble. He gets it to Zen. It had to be Zen, and it is.
It's one apiece for Vitality. The final piece of the puzzle falling for Zen. TRK does what he can. The only man left in defense just was not enough. Vitality, it's 3, and they start to run away.
Still, Ferrer is in their ears. He will know almost 2 minutes is more than enough for 3 goals against. Professionalism pushed to the max by everybody at Vitality.
1 minute 40. It's Alpha on the open net. It's Vitality. They never give up. They never surrender. They keep pushing.
What a challenge. That is right there from Zen, and credit to Alpha as well. In this game, not only did he read a Falcons mistake at the start, he backed his brilliant teammate to get it past in such perfect fashion that he would have the easy finish.
4 goals is nigh impossible to work back from. But Falcons are a team that do not care about impossibility. They've been here before, they can do it again.
We've had 4 goal comebacks on this very map between Optic and FaZe in the final North American Regional. We're a long distance away from that right now, but just a little bit of hopium for Falcons fans as TRK backflips. Gets towards Alpha. It's turning into a little bit of a party for Team Vitality. Can they keep it going? Their fans certainly can. Can they on the pitch? Not for now, because Khaled has the ball, has to attack it fast, but Zen gets in the middle and doesn't give Falcons a shred.
Falcons have been pushed back into their own half time and time again. You've got to feel for them when they just want to attack, when they just want to work their way through. They aren't able to. We enter the final minute, and Neo Tokyo may well be the place that Vitality find victory again.
Seeming like the final minute of Falcons' up and down season. They've been written off, forgotten, but we'll sure remember them when all is said and done, whoever lifts that trophy. Zen sends it out for Alpha. Alpha shoots it, it could be 5. Finish it with a flourish, not quite this time. Radosin fancy to go to the ceiling. It's for Zen. All the Falcons there, it's a Falcon sandwich, and somehow the ball falls out the bread.
Final 20 seconds, the net is completely open. It's Radosin with a naughty little musty. Isn't going to be finding anything from it. Ahmad challenges now. The final 10, it ticks down.
Vitality are going to take this one. It doesn't matter what happens from here. The team that have achieved as much perfection as anyone has ever managed will be the first into the semi-final. As soon as this ball hits the ground, you will hear an almighty roar.
The Bees have left their sting in the heart of the Falcons, and they will continue to live. The semi-finals is populated with our first team here at the World Championship.
All of them involved. You see Falcons there. Commiserations from the players. Perfect sportsmanship. Fist bumps all round. So much respect between both these teams. All of it's on show. Falcons, just talk to me about their season.
They've had a wonderful time over in MENA. Towards the end of the season, they got somewhat eclipsed by Rule 1, but they made it further than Rule 1 here when it really mattered. top 8 in the world versus the world's best at the moment. It's a rough way to end when you think what maybe could have been, but what an opponent to run into. And you still see the smiles on their faces. TRK chatting to Ahmad, chatting to Khaled, chatting to everyone on their team, thinking, boys, what a season we've had together.
Every competitor at this level has an ego, believes they can be the best, but even among those, sometimes you have to accept you've come up against something very special.
Yeah.
That's what Vitality are as a 3. It's not just them, it's this man as well. The chaos factor that Vitality needs, not just clean rotations, the occasional fake, heck, the occasional miss makes them even more deadly.
I like seeing Zen too, walking around the stage, does his fist bumps with Falcons, and then waves to everybody, knowing that he's going to be one of the boys that is going to get a lot of support. And the Vitality fans behind us, you see that black, yellow, and white flags waving. It is exciting to see just how much support there is for the homeboys.
Well, you said that instrumental was the word of the series, and there's a sweet symphony behind us to talk in front of it. It's Subi, and who else? It's Coach Farah.
Team Vitality getting it done here in the World Championship. And you guys are showing why you're the defending Spring Major champions. But Farah, everyone knows it's one thing to win a major. It's completely different to win the World Championship. What have you told your team the big difference is going to be to cross that final finish line?
Let me try this one. Thank you. Yeah, obviously, Worlds is different. You know, there is more prestige to it. There is everything. It means everything for the players, even for me. You know, Worlds is everything. But there is a limit to what, you know, how much pressure, you know, players have to deal with. And I think if we won Boston, that means we can win this one.
And again, confidence is not something that you and your team lack. Now, I'm sure everyone here is aware you used to play this game, and you did it at a very high level. In Season 3, you made top 4 in the World Championship. You have the experience. What did you learn to be able to help this team win?
I learned how to lose. And since my team doesn't lose a lot, you know, it's pretty important, you know, to understand, you know, it's not that bad. And there is going to be a next day. There is going to be tomorrow. And if if we don't win today, it's fine. We'll try against next year. This is fine. And you know, all of my experience, I feel like I'm able to, kind of like transmit it to my players. And so far, it's working great, and I'm pretty happy about it.
Now, there was this pretty iconic moment in Boston where you begged and pleaded for the fan support going into those grand finals. You're on home soil. There's a hornet's nest behind us that is just buzzing. Last time you ripped the mic from me, I'm gonna give it to you this time so you can address your own fans in your home soil.
All right. You guys already are incredible. Not much else to say. Thank you so much. Make more noise tomorrow. We'll be here.
Vitality have made it to top 4. 2 wins away from the trophy. The Falcons, they make top 8. They make MENA history, but the story ends here, Bates.
It sure does end right here. But listen, they were smiling, TRK was smiling, and I would be smiling if I were them too, because the way their season had been going, it didn't appear like they even make it this far, let alone make it to the actual groups. So them making it all the way to bracket, I know that's a win in their book.
I mean, there's no reason to doubt them still being the best team in the world. Gibbs, we said it ourselves, this LAN is just a little bit too scripted. It's almost running too smoothly. Only 2 wildcard teams left, that's G2 and Space Station Gaming. So we're seeing all those top seeds, the main event teams right through.
And Vitality, the nerves did not play a factor. Game 1, they opened with a Rado goal, and that's exactly what you want. With Radosin hyping up his teammates, that's how you begin. That was the perfect start for Vitality, and Radosin had a fantastic match through and through. That was the one question mark on Vitality occasionally, but the Falcons were just out-pressured, and they made a lot of mistakes on defense. And when you're playing against a Vitality, it has to be a mistake-free game, and it definitely wasn't like that play right there by Alma.
You hate to see that. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Oh, why they show it again?
Poor Alma. But there was a few plays like that by all 3 members. There was just so much pressure that came out of Vitality. Falcons did fight back at times with Vitality. Their defense is unmatched. They've played 15 games in this tournament. They've given up 15 goals. 1 goal per game.
And they'd only conceded or lost 1 game aside from this series, though. So Falcons taking 2 is a very respectable performance. We might be looking back at this, who knows, after Sunday, saying Falcons got the closest to Vitality. We'll have to wait and see.
There's a big possibility that that could happen. Vitality, though, they looked a little shaky towards the back end, but fortunately for them, Gibbs, like you talked about, Ahmed, Khaled, they made a couple mistakes in game 6, and after the floodgates were open, Vitality just kept steamrolling through.
That was them working it into Game 6. Falcons, they put up their best effort, but Vitality moved forward here. 15 games, 15 goals?
Yeah, it's nuts. And they've had a lot of 1-goal games, but most of their games, they're only giving up 1.
Yeah.
So if they score 2, they're looking pretty all right.
And they scored 4 there in Game 6. It was over about halfway through Game 6 on that one, folks. And Alpha was a huge part of this offense for Vitality this series.
Listen, that's just what he does. He's the leader in the middle for a reason. He provides the calm, and then Zen brings the storm. Falcons, they started off the series hot, up 1-0. Alpha has to deliver down 2-1. Alpha has to deliver again. Once again, making big demos that lead to goals as well. He's so efficient.
I mean, we talk about Zen as that consistent player that gets the work, but it's Alpha who can just step up in big moments. He really is a moments player. We saw what he did back in Boston that last game, Game 6 of the Spring Major, and here again, he really rises to the occasion, Gibbs.
He's just so good, and it's exactly what Vitality needs, because there will be a moment where they are tested in this bracket, and Alpha is going to be the one very likely to make that moment. happened for them, but
Like the line, like the stakes were at the high.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
The last match of the day, folks, and it's an amazing one. I'm not gonna lie, I've been so excited for this the moment the lineup hit the table. Karmine Corp taking on Gen G. The blue wall is gonna be getting up and getting very loud. If you're a fan of North America and you are here in the Dorf, be ready to do your part, because Karmine Corp, they are prepared.
we've waited all year for this. Every single major, they somehow miss each other. The #1 seed of Europe with K-Corp, the #1 seed of North America, Gen G. And what better way than to do it in the World Championship playoff? I can't wait.
This is going to be it, folks. We can take a look at the bracket and how things look. We've had one match go down. Vitality waits for the conclusion of this match. The two quarterfinals at the top there, we will play first thing tomorrow, and then we will drop back down to the semifinals to see Vitality face off against the winner of this match.
And Bates, you talked about it. The bottom part of this bracket is just completely stacked. All three major champions down here. Vitality waiting for either the fall champion or the winter champion.
I mean, Vitality and K-Corp, the two teams with the massive fan base here as well. I think we're doing them a favour, making sure they don't have to cheer 3 times in a day. Just the 2 series if they make it through to Sunday.
Well, it's time, folks. One of the North Americans versus the fan favorites in the venue. Karmine Corp taking on Gen G for top 4.
Karmine Corp is 5-0, I believe, against NA teams all year long. They're trying to make it 6-0, going up against the fall major champions.
It is time.
Introducing first, Zuby got you guys warmed up. Now let's go for real. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? The blue wall, Karmine Corp.
Taking their seats, they're ready to go. Gibbs, you and I have done this every single time we have crowned a world champion. There's nothing quite like what we're seeing here with Karmine Corp and the Blue Wall.
Oh, absolutely not. The crowd is 100% behind them in one part of it. The problem is, I think everyone else in the crowd is going to be going for Gen G. Sure, they're fan favorites because of that passion, but the anti-K-Corp fans might play a factor as well. But for K-Corp, they have found a way to make it to this playoff. They had a tough loss versus BDS, but we've seen this before. Quality losses happen. You figure out a game plan and you battle back.
That Game 7 was enormous for their confidence as well. There were question marks surrounding this team after the fall major. They had the support. They felt the nerves. They felt that pressure of the home crowd, but it was the man next to Itachi on the right. It was Vatira to get them out of that hole and push them towards that victory.
The two-time European MVP. I'm going to keep bringing it up because he has earned his stripes. I have no idea what that means. He's doing something, but I know what that means. That means a flex. And listen, if I was as good as him, I'd keep flexing too. He started off really passive against Complexity, but then turned it up a notch in Game 3 and didn't look back. And that led them to beating Complexity in Game 7.
There's something special about Vatira. Obviously, he's one of the best players in the world, constantly in the conversation for the top 3 there. And most of that is because of what we see him doing online, but we've seen plenty of players who are online aficionados who, when they show up on LAN, it's just not quite there. He is one of the best LAN players in the world.
And not only that, he had the best LAN team in the world, and he decided to leave and form his own team, and now they're back here again.
And their opponents, North America's Golden Knights, your fall major champions, Gen G!
Apparently, Jack just letting the Ultras know that he can hear them, and he says, bring it on. Gen G, North America region. A couple of Europeans on the team, but that's nothing to worry about here. This man Nolly as well, we just heard from him in an interview. This game means the world to him, and to top it off with a World Championship victory after a major win as well will be something special.
Yeah, exactly. He had his best series of his life against G2. Absolutely dominated him. And honestly, he's been arguably the best player on their team the whole entire time they've been here. He's been so consistent. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's trying to make it at least back to the semis like he was last year.
At least time last year, he was playing for K-Corp, so he has a rematch against his old dog. He's now against the blue wall.
And we talk about Vatira making a brand new roster and having a lot of question marks. Apparently, Jack did the same thing. He moved regions, formed a brand new team, picked up a player like Chronic, and everyone thought, like, maybe they're a top 18 in NA. No, they're the #1 team.
And he's a player that when you put him on the LAN stage, he transcends, reaches a new level, tying records in this performance. Vatira versus Jack is the matchup I'm most excited about.
That's right. That's a great matchup to look at. And listen, they're representing a new region. Not only is the team representing this region, I call it UNA, Europe plus North America. And they got the American all the way at the end. Chronic, he took the scene by storm. Noli saw something in him when him and Jack hopped across the pond. And ever since, he's been really, really good. And he wants to keep on continuing that year performance today.
And what a year this kid has had. Last year, obviously, a lot of players around him were at this World Championship. He was barely making regionals occasionally, and now he's on the best team in North America, and these are the moments that you have to make count.
It's another case of finding form at the right time, and every single player on Gen G, even Nolly as well, is in career best form right now. They dismantled G2 as well, 4-1. Which is a pretty big statement considering they're also into Championship Sunday. So there's a lot of form lines around this Gen G lineup. They're in form, but they have to go against K-Corp. and 600 blokes sitting behind them.
These two teams played in a show match over in Tokyo about a month and a half ago, and it didn't go in Gen G's favor. They got swept. But it was a show match. They weren't really that concerned. You see Coach Alu and you see Coach Upper Sacks. Both of these two have implemented great game plans, and they also lead these teams behind them. Whenever they call timeouts, both these teams have a high success rate.
And here's the thing, K-Corp has not been perfect throughout this tournament. They barely made it to this playoff run. Vatira had to put on a series that was outclassed by no one. So K-Corp is vulnerable right now. Gen G so far has been perfect, but they haven't played in front of the crowd yet. And we all know it's the EU French 3. K-Corp is there for a reason, but can Gen G actually pull off this upset?
That's right, and we're also getting the EU MVP going up again. Oh wait, FK won the NA. My
He
bad.
did take the medal.
It was close.
he did. And Jack did take the medal. I don't know if he's giving it back yet. Honestly, Jack, if I was voted, I would have given it to you. And regardless, though, both fall major champions going up against winter major champions here. Two of the highest level teams in the game. NA1, EU1. It doesn't get better than this.
It's crazy to think about the parity here as well. You have two teams that are both major champions from this season, with the fall and winter major champions here. You have Vatira, one of the only players, I think maybe the only player in the open air to have won 2 majors, going up against Gen G, who made the first 6 grand finals of the season consecutively. So who do you pick, Shaq? Who do you think's got it now that it matters most? One of their stories for the season ends here. Hashtag KC for Karmine Corp, hashtag GGM1 for Gen G. Give it to me, CJ.
Both teams are winners, but this is what you get at this stage of the tournament. Look, for so long I've been picking the upset. I'm gonna stop it, Philly, and I'm just gonna go with what makes sense, and that's the blue wall.
That's what makes sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
It's hard because we haven't seen like a Gen G tested yet. They take down a G2, they dominate them, and sure, they are in this playoff bracket, but they're no K-Corp. And K-Corp, I think, is finding their form just in time for that dream Vitality matchup next.
I think Gen G, when they whooped G2, it was actually a curse. Because now they're going up against a blue wall who has played the best series, who have been tested so far, lost to BDS, had to scrap and fight and claw to get by Complexity. But I don't think they're going to be doing any of that here. They're going to beat Gen G, and they're going to beat him in style. Give me
Oh
K-Corp
my
in
goodness, there's no way I'm the only person rooting for Gen G on this desk. I got 3 North Americans up here. I'm the only ones that believe in the former Kings of the North. I think they've got what it takes to put it together. They've been in this situation before in Rotterdam. We've seen them play in a non-home field advantage before. Wow. My goodness, they're showing up in chat as well here, folks. Split down the middle, you all at home. But what we think up here, what you guys think at home, none of it matters. What matters is those 6 players on the stage, and they are about to battle for top 4 here. One of these teams earns a date with Vitality tomorrow, and it's time to see who it is. One of them gonna possibly hold that trophy. They're working towards it here, folks. It's time to start. The last match of the day brings us a long-anticipated battle. 2 of the best Lamb boys to ever compete are going head-to-head for top 4. Vatira. He's been close before. He's been this close before. He refuses to fail again. Jack, he's led his team by example, by voice, in every meaning of the word. The most important fight of their life begins now. Karmine Corp versus Gen G, the brawl of the Titans.
The road to Championship Sunday has one final ride. The greatest Saturday in Rocket League history enters its last best of 7. Karmine Corp versus Gen G Esports. The rubber must meet the road. This is the playoffs, and this is game 1.
No lives left. No time left to worry about anything that's happened before. Just 5 minutes. Some of the best to do it in their respective regions, and a lot of pressure. Who crumbles?
This is the 10th time the EU #1 seed and NA's #1 seed have met at LAN. So far, it's been all of Europe dominance, an 8-1 record. Do things change here in our opening game when it comes to starting off hot? Gen G win 87.5% of their games when they score first. They're going to need that consistency early on against this blue wall.
They're going to have to work hard against the deep back like Itachi. So good at delaying any type of counterattack. think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Nolly. He tends to be a pretty solid put-away guy, and he's got his work cut out for him in that position today.
Just simply space on the transition for Vatira. He was wide open downfield, and Genji gave him free real estate.
Pull the string, Vati. You got the space. Apparently, Jack says, I'm going to take it away. And he says, too late. We're through already. Huge shot from Vati to open it up.
It's got to be important to remember that coming into this series, Karmine Corp are warmed up. They went to 7 against Complexity. Genji have had to wait for a while. Whether or not that spells disaster is yet to be seen, but Karmine Corp are hot, and they got their captain leading them off with a 1-0 lead.
Best of 7 will help Genji in that regard. A little bit of time to at least get accustomed to what they should be seeing. Right now, you just want to see Genji at least find this nice, strong clear out of their half and find a solid position to wait in the midfield line.
It's that spacing up towards the ceiling. Exotic going to be so dangerous in this series. If you're Genji, isolate some of those roaming players from Karmine Corp, eliminate the space and neutralize the offensive threat. But back to the midfield, the blue wall's been pushed up for quite some time now.
Really like the way Karmine Corp finding space on the pitch, just putting the ball out into an open area so they can find a way to poke and prod at this Genji defense, see if they give them anything to work with.
Taking a bit of time to corral that possession, but back to the midfield into the neutral zone before it's poked free for the moment. Chronic, very low boost into the box, flying save from apparently Jack to keep the score at 1.
Needing some type of clear, Nolly able to rip that ball away, but not done yet. K-Corp still pushing, Itachi denied by apparently Jack off the wall, and you're right, K-Corp absolutely has the camp set up in the midfield space, man.
It's very necessary clear at that, but off the backboard, just look at the boost totals for the moment. Karmine Corp have so much to work with in the resource department. Apparently Jack and Chronic finally getting back some of that reserve, but they have struggled to find this clear. Does it come down to one swing on the transition? Genji trying to play it through the corner, but Itachi waiting off the backboard will give it to Vatira.
First chance for Genji to go on the attack. Again, stuffed by Exotic. A little bit of space to work with. Dish to Nolly. Put it away and off the bar. Exotic able to keep that one at bay.
Forces the double command back into the box. Dangerous. The demo does clear lane. Power play for the moment. And maybe we see Karmine start to extend their wings, but the fingertips roll off and the ball does as well. Jets back to the opposite corner. Picked up by Chronic. Trying to carry it around. Vatira will do so. Rewarded at the midfield. Apparently Jack waiting for his chance, but gets the call to Nolly. It's open, but the demo clears house and saves Karmine.
Huge demo by Vati and dished out to Exotic. Just a step out of the way, though. And Chronic, uncontested past the midfield line. Itachi finally grabbing some boost on his back line. Dish back to him. Hard shot. Saved by apparently Jack. Here comes Vati. Back across the middle. The only one there is Chronic, and Karmine Corp going to have to reset the attack.
Good patience on the defensive line from Karmine, just tracking that possession from Genji all the way back to the midfield. Taking their chances one at a time. Vatira in space, uses the reset for the 50, leaves it into a possession. The boys in orange start to move up to the other side of the field, but have to deal with two members on the backboard. Karmine Corp stacking, possession to Genji. Sharp shot, better save, still a 1-0 game.
Out of space, Exotic just finding his teammate straight down the gut, and that's going to be 2-0 Karmine Corp.
If you overextend, you might get punished, and this is what Karmine do so well. Exotic could pull up from anywhere he wants, but he leaves it on the pass. It was wide open in the center of the field, and they punch it through.
Apparently Jack thinking he had that time to go grab that boost in the midfield. It looked like there was backside support on that challenge from Nolly. Unfortunately, dead wrong, just got dished into the middle. No one in time for Genji. A lot to do with not a lot of time to work with.
Still your winners quarters finals, but we got a minute 28 to play, and Itachi has space for days.
Dagger for Itachi. Apparently Jack trying to find a way through, and you can see how quick Exotic came through out of the midfield, closed that gap on him before he could find any space to put that ball. And Karmine Corp just crushing Genji.
It's that up-tempo on the goal line achieves how quickly Karmine ramp up the pressure and just burn all of their boost to beat the defender on the pre-jump. Genji have to be ready on the goal line.
Dead right. Itachi again so fast in that first challenge. Karmine Corp ready for anything. Vati got a hand on it, but not enough. Genji will get one back.
Chronic was the standout in Boston. He helped Genji start to make their run late in the bracket. And he finally finds his first goal here in this series. Still time on the clock. Genji have to work back from a deficit.
Just the long bomb across the pitch. Actually give yourself a little bit of a playable situation. Just start with a good kickoff here, Genji. And who knows what you can work with. Itachi just whips the ball, and Nolly gonna try and make something out of nothing. Genji needing out fast.
Genji, of course, shooting around 26.4% from the field. Hasn't been the cleanest approach in the World Championship, but it's certainly gotten the job done. Still staying in the winner bracket. Now playing their toughest opponent yet, one of the best in the world. And when Vatira is shooting like this, you better have a wing and a prayer.
You can't stop him. Vatira came alive in the last series, not lost a step in the interim. bullet, top left corner, unsavable. Good night, game 1.
The averages across the season for both these squads were almost parallel in shots, demos, saves, nearly identical. They are so good in a parallel matchup against one another. Primary options for apparently Jack. Vatira has to continue to be a shot-for-shot record against that captain on the other side. And so far, he has answered the call, but Itachi in space is deadly. Facilitations early on for Karmine Corps and a 3-goal lead to boot.
Another huge booming clear from KC. Just looking for anything to work with right now if you're Gen G. You'd like to just not be on defense for the last 30 seconds. It's been a brutal game 1. You gotta take your hat off to the way Karmine Corps has played this one. Gen G completely locked down. So a little time to work with here just to collect your wits and not even able to jam one through at the end of it.
I mean, you're just wasting time from the blue wall. The progressions upfield haven't been there for Gen G. Luckily for them, it's only game 1, but Karmine are absolutely rolling after that last long series. And boy, oh boy, do they look good. It might end at 4-1, but achieves. It's a game 1 win for Karmine and a very important best of 7.
Well deserved. Nolly just gentlemanly touch straight to the floor. No need to continue. Let's get this one moving forward. And I don't blame him. Truly, positional masterclass from KC there in the midfield. Not thrown off by anything Gen G wanted to do. They went across the field. They came right with them. And they just kept jamming everything back into that Gen G half. And when Gen G finally broke out, they actually ended up overextending more often than not and just got beat back the other way.
And when Karmine are saving their boost at the midfield, winning those 50s to set up teammates, then they can use the boost on the goal line to beat out a defender, get a quick shot, change the pace. That's what's worked so well for this squad since they formed, why Vatira's been a pinnacle of their success. But really, Exotic and Itachi setting up so much for the offense in this game. Gen G just could not find an answer.
Got 3 assists for Exotic, just able to keep that ball playable out of the midfield. And of course, as you said, Itachi and Vatira more than happy to collect on their fair share of chances. Respectable goal spread for Karmine Corps. And what do you do if you head into game 2 if you're Gen G? It really doesn't seem like you have to worry about that much, but maybe the passing option out of your half might not be the way. You'll have to think about maybe do we have enough boost in our tanks to see if we can force some type of air dribble and just take a 50 in the air and see if you can win that positional battle, because passing, Karmine Corps was all over it. That was not the way.
The Gen G come into this averaging about 1.6 assists per game. They get 1 there, but still, this is a team that is so efficient with their passes. They love the orchestrations as a unit. They weren't able to find it. Credit to Karmine in game 1. Now to Forbidden Temple in game 2. A very big momentum game here for Gen G, but Karmine are rolling.
Apparently Jack caught leaning off the kickoff. Puts his team in a small deficit, but a demo will help. But look at Vatira, how fast he got back in on that play and keeps Karmine Corps in it with a boost steal. So a little bit blunted here as the Gen G attack, and now it's actually going to be Exotic on his lonesome back through the orange half.
First save goes the way of Gen G to start things off. Proceedings have been very quick. 30 seconds burning into the corner we go. Noli low in the tank, will have to fly back as the third man. Apparently Jack watching Exotic bring this back down to reality as Vatira gets the call. The pickup on the point. The net's wide open, and Vatira scores.
Vatira knew he had apparently Jack absolutely cooked here. Look at all this ground one-on-one. Apparently Jack approaching thinking, man, I gotta get in his face. I have to try and stop him, but you can't stop Vati.
He's trying to track with him, but there's just not enough space. Karmine Corps are going to abuse the space they're given. So far, they did it in game 1. Consistency reigns supreme here in game 2. A lot of time to be played, but for Gen G, keys to victory. What needs to change for them going into the second one?
Right now, just got to start with time on the ball. You can't keep throwing it away. Chronic trying to do that, stall it somewhere. Actually, a miss from Exotic may help them. But you got to get right back on this 50 versus Vatira, and apparently Jack trying to do just that. They know what they have to do. Achieving it is a whole nother matter entirely.
2 stacked on the midfield, but a 1-on-1 spread. It was Exotic fighting against Chronic for possession. Poke free, and then check out by Gen G, but the pass to Itachi, looking for Exotic, cut down by Gen G, back into the play we go. So many times these 50s favor the blue wall, and Vatira from the ceiling still wins a touch. Exotic up to the backboard, finds the touch, and finds the goal. Make it 2 for Karmine Corps.
Exotic all over it. You can feel it with Vati pressing hard out of that corner. Itachi following suit, saying, you want to go for it? We'll jam it. It's in the house. And it pays off. 2-0 lead for Karmine Corps. Gen G not able to keep up with the pressure.
You have to be worried about those follow-up challenges from Itachi. Once Vatira finds the play off the ceiling, Gen G, we're just watching those stones fall from the sky. And apparently Jack trying to get one back for Gen G, but the offense just hasn't been there.
can see why. Karmine Corp, relatively easy to find a way out of their own half. Most times it's a lot of Gen G dump and chase, and Exotic gonna jam another one home.
Feels like we're playing free play for the moment. It's just shooting practice for Karmine Corp. The catch, leaving the reset, wins the dunk. Chronic, the latest victim on the replay. A 3-0 lead and a quick one at that.
A brutal start to the second game. You think, man, we just got to find a way to get it out of our own half a little bit more consistently. And then you come in trying to do a few different things, and you're still just getting absolutely crushed by this Karmine Corp midfield.
Karmine Corp winning 71% of their games when they score first. How about 2 times? How about 3? Percentages continue to rack on up. And as of right now, they are in complete control of this game, what might be the series. A 2-0 lead's deadly on land. And with the pressure mounting, it's up to Gen G to find a response. Trying to win the 50 through the corner, but Vatira wins another. Itachi follow up, quick shot, 4-0.
You can't beat it right now. Gen G, absolute madness not to take a timeout here after game 2. I think you have to. You can see what I'm talking about, though. Karmine Corp all over them out of the midfield. Nothing across any lane for Gen G right now.
It's the reserves for Karmine Corp. They have so much to burn on the initial touch, winning the rebounds, the second as well. Itachi, reset, center box, slap shot, back of the net, saved by Chronic.
Apparently Jack, he's doing the right thing, trying to keep the ball close, and he will finally break Gen G out of their own half, but can you get the ball back? Nolly, a huge 50, can't turn it into the net. Unfortunately, Gen G stymied once again.
But those are the solo plays you need if you're Gen G, just to break up the monotonous grind from Karmine Corp. You have to start finding that respect to the midfield yet again. Itachi working through the own corner. Vatira burning it all, but can't find the finish. Here comes Exotic, just popping it free and burning time off the clock.
Maybe a bit of an overextension here from Karmine Corp. They task Itachi to keep it up. Nolly 1-on-2 to the left side, and Vatira in the net able to keep it out. Karmine Corp reset the defense and forced once again Gen G all the way back with one touch. Gen G just having to cover so much field with too little boost. They're giving up a lot of space just to try and stay in the plays.
Gen G struggling to find the clean touches of their own back line, burning a lot of boost to regain possession. Karmine Corp more than happy to continue the challenge. Into the front of the box, pushed out the offensive third. It's a transition and a breakaway chance. Vatira double tap off the crossbar. It will ricochet out, scooped up and picked up by Appjack. Around 1, 2 to beat. He has the boost, he has the will, but Vatira clears it to the corner.
Another denial. Vatira locked in here in this series. It's only game 2. Gen G gonna have to do something. And honestly, it might just be resorting to, look, we're not getting anything done with the challenges. Stop playing the ball. Like right here in the corner for Chronic, just go smash somebody out of the way, force Karmine Corp to cover extra ground.
Not all demos are weighted the same, but now would be a great time to invest in that physicality. If it pays dividends in the boost grab, sure, that's great. But more importantly, you are looking for the infield passes, but it's so difficult. Exotic is in open space, and he's not gonna miss.
You've seen this actually almost exact play earlier on in the series. You can see apparently Jack splitting off to the midfield, thinking he's got a little bit of time to go get some boost. He's got a teammate there for the challenge, someone who's gonna be behind him, and in fact, nobody's ready at all. Completely empty net, 5-0 game 2. KC on a roll.
Really feels like both these teams are playing at different speeds. Karmine are just a step faster, a step quicker.
Oh, whoa.
Winning the 50s consistently. They don't even need bumps or demos. They're getting to the ball way quicker than Gen G expect. Into the midfield. Vatira going to try to pick it up, avoiding one bump. Apparently Jack will kick it out.
You can feel the anger, the frustration from apparently Jack. The pace is picked up from him, and he's going to drive one to the left side. It's not going to mean a lot, but it was pretty.
And you just got to get one going, establish a baseline here for Gen G. Beautiful double tap off the back wall.
Oh, great.
The elbow shot's disgusting. If the score wasn't as one-sided as it looks, that might be able to help get things back into a different gear, but for now, Gen G just have to settle for 1, maybe 2.
Stunner for Appjack, and I've said it a few times before. Sometimes a team just needs one player to go out there, make a big play, get the engine started. You say, okay, we can do this. Just settle in, lead by example. That is exactly what apparently Jack is trying to do there.
This is a Gen G roster that knows adversity, but they also know how to beat the best of the best. They put on a clinic against G2 in a 4-1 victory. They know what it takes, but they're getting outplayed on every single metric against the blue wall. And at the biggest moment, that can't happen. Exotic, 1 for the road, double tap, but this game 2's done. At the moment, Karmine Corp up 2-0 in the series.
Very curious to see how Gen G handles this. Very likely timeout incoming. We will wait on confirmation. But a blowout in game 2 after a suffocating game 1. Karmine Corp, they don't look like they're going out anytime soon. So take a moment here if you're Gen G. I think Appjack absolutely had the right approach. The guy just started jumping at everything, and it was actually paying off. He was winning some big challenges and pushing things back the other way and trying to break that monotonous defensive grind you were talking about, Spaceman.
It really has just been a Sports Earth protocol for the moment. Gen G struggling, unnecessary timeout called in their Mobile 1 High Performance replay. Exotic upfield was deadly. 3 goals on 4 shots, nearly perfect from the field, but Itachi with an assist and 4 of his own. It was phenomenal work as a group. Karmine Corp had all cylinders firing.
Wonderful show from Karmine Corp. Apparently Jack wisely taking his time out with his team, Chronic and Nolly. Some things to consider. Vatira, Exotic, and Itachi, obviously you guys don't have to change anything, so let's go ahead and talk with Leafex for a moment and see what he can get from some information and some people.
I'm down here with Marky Duda from Gaming Gladiators. I feel like there's a lot that they should be talking about here. What's going on? What's your analysis on the match so far?
So I spoke to Chronic a wee bit. He says for their timeouts, they spend 30 seconds talking and 30 seconds breathing. If I were them right now, I would use that 30 seconds of talking to just like get into a much feistier, fierier mindset. 'Cause at the moment, it's a bit of they're being slight pushovers, if I'm being totally honest. But I know all 3 of them have some serious fire in there, some serious competitive spirit, and they need to like dig in and find that right now because they're much better players than this. They have the quality, they just need to fight for it a wee bit more.
Do you think they're going to use those extra 30 seconds to talk even more, or do you think it's important they take that 30 seconds to breathe?
Yeah, I think when it's this drastic and this bad, it's not a case of calming down. It's like, well, I mean, partially, yes, a case of calming down, but it's a case of finding some fighting spirit and finding some fire.
Well, let's find out if that timeout helped. Let's get back to the game.
Well, that is a big timeout and a necessary one. You can see kind of the frustration right now from Noli, but if there's anybody on that stage who can get Gen G back in form, it's Appjack and Noli together.
That's crazy. You hear him talking about, let's go ahead, let's find that fire, and you can see Nolly taking a moment there trying to psych himself up. Seeming to take some of that advice. Game 3, what do you got in the tank? Gen G, see if you come out swinging here.
Same question going to be asked to Gen G. They need a game in this series, starting off hot from Chronic. And a follow-up touch, Noli getting very physical on the back wall. Exotic had to break his stop and get out of the play. Vatira, double tap.
Oh my gosh!
Vatira!
And Gen G trying their best to come out hot. Apparently Jack stuck in at the midfield, trying to make it tough, but look at Fati squeeze this one over Chronic. A beauty of a double tap.
And the beauty of the face cams, you just see him laughing, having a good time, looking comfortable, calm, cool, collected from Karmine Corp. That's what you want to see out of a championship roster on the biggest stage. For Gen G, a couple of physical bumps off the rip, but nothing too threatening as they try to work back to the midfield. They were getting stuffed on their own side.
Chronic ready to defend that shot from Itachi. Gen G in a bit of a mess on the defensive structure at the moment. Vatira scoops one into the center. They're all out of boost. None of them can get there. KC running away again.
Where's the regain? Where's the pause? It's an absolute slaughter from Karmine Corp. Back off the kickoff. A time to breathe and a chance for a reset through the corner. And a great shot, but a better save. Chronic starting to light up a little bit in this game 3. You need him more than ever.
Huge stop from Karmine Corp, but you love to see Gen G come out off the kickoff with something to work with and trying to keep that pressure going. Vatira just punting one down the middle. Nolly, you gotta buy time for your team here.
Into the midfield. Try to hold on possession. Itachi will be racing against apparently Jack through the corner. He'll bite the dust. We'll see him on respawn. Power play will dissolve to Gen G. Pass into the box. Vatira, quick cut down. Follow-up numbers. Apparently Jack off the bar. And it will ricochet out. Karmine Corp surviving the assault.
Tight angle, but you gotta hustle back. Apparently Jack just smacked one off the sidewall. Exotic, again, not quite in time on the challenges. Gen G are on the blue half. They start to tighten up that timing a little bit and may start to re-enable the offense some extra chances.
Right pass to apparently Jack, just can't beat the last defender. As Karmine turtle up, playing this one-on-one challenge, so crucial off that back wall. Follow up from Chronic, it's desperate at that, but a necessary one regardless. We fly out on counterattack, transitions now for Karmine Corp. Fighting through tooth and nail on these back corners. Center to Vatira, he doesn't want to overcommit. Be a chance. Never mind. Right back to the midfield.
Oh, Vatira missed it. Wide open net. Gen G just completely flubbed the touch. Thankfully not punished for it, but the second chance for Exotic, not quite able to get back to it. Apparently Jack wisely stalling the play out on his own backboard, and Gen G scrambling to recover.
Another boost grab in space. Itachi at the midfield has found resources available for the majority of this series, but apparently Jack working on the same corner he worked in game 2. Will he be successful here for the moment? No. Possession back to the boys in blue.
Vatira looking for a transition, but Karmine Corp may not even be trying to score necessarily anymore. They may be happy to just smack the ball into the Gen G corner. They're feeling quite confident there out of the midfield. And Exotic will now just take the time he's given and force Appjack to make a light save.
When the defenders peel off, you're seeing Karmine Corp favor that one-on-one game. They're really going to play the mechanics and pick it up against Gen G. So far, Gen G have not answered the call, and that bump does help, but every time they set up a play, they're getting knocked out of the way.
You can see what Gen G are trying to do now. Whenever they get the ball over on that offensive side, they go for that really wide spread, the deep pass across, and Karmine Corp, great awareness on defense, well aware of where that ball's going. The Gen G playbook all thrives on the misdirection, and they've never been in position to really go for that. There's a great pass in the middle, and it's still denied!
Every time you show your cards, the table gets flipped, and Karmine Corp laugh in your face. Denying so many opportunities and shots. Follow-up attempt denied. Chronic, Noli, another one. Second touch, Noli through the corner, and he'll fly out to the adjacent side. Exotic will pick it up.
Gen G finally on their first real push here on the attack. How long does it last? At least a few more touches. KC just wanting some type of strong clear out of their own half, and that's the right way. Just force them to take it with the mechanics through the midfield and see if they've got the ability to beat you. So far, Gen G's been struggling. Dished into the middle, tight window, and Nolly will square it away.
You had two defenders who flew off the play. Now you get an opportunity in space with numbers. Chronic waits, sends the pass to Noli, and that is the Gen G you're used to in the offensive third.
Well, you haven't been able to connect on a long pass across the middle. How about a real short one? KC finally a step behind. Gen G cut the lead in half, and not quite off the kickoff, just wide.
Shorten the distance, you're rewarded. Gen G trying to find their second goal and an equalizer here in game 3. A big one in this series. Momentum is huge. Oh, 1v1 is great as well. Apparently Jack ties it.
Again, apparently Jack delivers a big one for his team. This time a great trap and a huge 50 versus Itachi. Exotic under pressure, harried by the approach from apparently Jack's teammate, and he will just inch it around him.
Scrappy as they might be, do not underestimate Gen G. Karmine Corp, a 2-0 lead that dissolves quickly in under 60 to play here in game 3.
Gen G again stretching there in the midfield. Now they tried to open up game 3. You can't doubt that this is by far and away the best Gen G has looked in this series so far, and it's still a tight one. Not even close to over. Hard into the middle, apparently Jack diving. And Chronic needing to buy time. Itachi crushing the 50 game and a nice save from Nolly.
Nolly is the second man, really taking a page out of Vatiro's playbook, working off the ceiling, trying to set up that center pass in the front of the box, allowing apparently Jack to roam as the individual. Running point, Chronic, working off the ground, but a long clear from Karmine Corp. They're going to try to play this possession off the initial touch in the second effort. Itachi will be up, and apparently Jack wins it. Can he follow up? Yes, but easily saved. He'll have to keep it up.
Nolly down into the corner, not quite to the distance of his teammate. Overtime in game 3. You feel like you need it if you're Gen G.
The first golden goal opportunity here in this best of 7 or winners quarterfinals. The start of the playoffs. It's been a fun one. But Karmine Corp are on a tear. With something to prove, and Gen G have a lot to get through. That blue wall is tough to break. Itachi being a nuisance in the front of the line to commit through the corner. It's open, but a quick save from Chronic. Long clear to the backboard. Corralled by Itachi. They'll be picked up on the infield. Exotic can't find the 50, but Vatira will.
Chronic a little early on that 50. His teammate will come through and support. And Jack looking for a little help. Gen G seeing if they can build some semblance of structure for the attack in overtime. Karmine Corp trying their best to close it out once again with that quality midfield challenge game they've had all series.
Vatira trying to thread it to Itachi, setting up the teammate, but that demo helps. And it gives a chance to Gen G to escape downfield, but Exotic slowing the play and forcing the offense to collapse. Now your numbers are pressing. Here comes apparently Jack. Very low in the tank. Vatira in space is dangerous. You must press here if you're Gen G.
Gotta make sure you don't overextend. Nolly just in time. Exotic trying to smother the clears, and Vatira will come through once again!
From the elbow, do you doubt the two-time MVP? I don't think so. A masterful read and a 3-0 lead.
The guy is lights out. Will not be denied. Probably feels like he's deserved a chance at a grand final, and he is taking every step forward that comes his way. 6:32, a hat trick for Vatira. 3 goals, 3 shots, perfection.
Every single player on that stage, a major champion in the Rocket League Championship Series. But only one team as of now looks in final form. That, of course, is Karmine Corp. Up 3-0 on series point for Gen G. They don't have a timeout. As of right now, what do you do?
It's a much better look. I like the idea. They knew they needed to up the pace. They knew they were getting crushed at the midfield. So they said, you know what? Let's go ahead and send everything we got as we take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay. It kept them in the game. They put a couple of great shots on target, but even if you break through that midfield defense, the unfortunate reality is Karmine Corp still just as lethal in the net. But can you beat the ice from Vati? Not at the moment. It sure doesn't feel like it.
Hey, it's tough. Karmine go against Complexity, a very tough series, but Gen G have been waiting for a while. One of the best minds in Rocket League, that's Achieves. I'm just me. This crowd's fantastic. The World Championship's been great, Achieves, but this Karmine Corp looks deadly. They look serious.
Absolutely lethal, to be sure. There can be no doubt about that. We head into match point. Gen G, the great North American hope, if you want to call it that. They have given it their all. Is there anything left in the tank? Or is the top 8 the end of the road here for their first transfer season?
Time dwindles away slowly. But with all the pressure mounting, Gen G are major champions. They know what it takes to work back from a deficit. They're going to have to break down Karmine Corp brick by brick, stretch by stretch, pass by pass. And so far, Vatira has been out-shooting apparently Jack, the tip of the spear for the offense for Gen G. That's been the difference maker. Vatira has just been so crucial in these series.
Chronic, a little bit of space to work with in the midfield. Exotic, huge recognition. A little bit of miscommunication from Gen G, but the attack should recover. They will spread off, grab a little bit of boost, but unfortunately it leaks through the midfield line. Exotic, 1-on-2, just trying to see if he can break through some extra Gen G defenders. And everybody gonna take a chance, catch their breath here.
Positioning has just been phenomenal from Karmine Corp. Whether or not they have boost doesn't matter at the midfield. They're reading the touches from Gen G, and they're poking the ball free, really shutting down the offense once they start swinging into high gear.
Everybody with a full tank on the Gen G side. Could be one of their best pushes. Vati sniffs it out early. And again, a nice fake from apparently Jack. They know Karmine Corp is going to be right on those challenges, so they're trying every trick in the book to see if they can just get the ball through the first man.
Looked like Chronic wasn't sure if he wanted to clear the ball. Itachi went up for the challenge and took it right away. Now you're seeing the transition out of Karmine Corp because of that 50. And the bully ball on the backboard from Vatira. Karmine Corp are pressed up and not leaving the orange zone.
Great patience from Itachi on those 50s. Just to keep things stuck in. Chronic hoping for a big pinch. Apparently Jack just trying his best to force the attack, and so close, but just off the line.
It's going to take heroics like that to bring this series back from the brink. Chronic to the sidewall, looking for apparently Jack, has him in connection, but Itachi, a hand up first, and a better read on the ball. Into the midfield, transition begins, numbers spread, for the moment picked up by apparently Jack. Around 1, ricochets out, Itachi clears.
Itachi, but that's to cover that one as well, just able to get the spoiler on it. Nolly circling, Gen G smelling blood in the water. Is there an attack?
Certainly looks like it, but numbers hang back. Unsure if we want to overextend, a bit overzealous at the moment. Gen G just trying to work through their own corner. A mistouch by Noli, gives it right back to Itachi. And that 50 just helps Vatira set up in space.
And Vatira so lethal, it gives his teammate an open net. Exotic will collect. Karmine Corp in front one more time.
Gen G do so much work just to try to break out of their own zone. They're getting beat on every single touch. The rebounds, the challenges, the 50s. And when it's all said and done, when the dust settles, Karmine Corp are there to pick up the scraps and put away that possession. Another lead for Karmine Corp. Wide on the kickoff. Thinking twice with Vatira. Right now you can burn a bit of time, but if you're winning possession after possession, you don't have to worry too much about getting beat off the ball. Full in the tank. Itachi carrying. He'll get cut down. Noli denying the second goal.
Big save from Nolly. His teammates getting pressured by the physical approach from Karmine Corp, as Itachi open net again, and 2-0 KC.
It's just so easy. Vatira through 2. Itachi, how do you do?
What can you do? Has to be running through the minds of Gen G. Every now and again, you play the game, you feel like you're locked in, and other times you play the game and you feel like you run straight into the brick wall. And this time it's Karmine Corp, brick by brick, allowing just about nothing to Gen G.
The best warm-up Karmine Corp probably had in this entire tournament was against Complexity. A very close series against BDS, they fall short. It was a sloppy one as well. So far, it's been near perfection from Karmine Corp. Very little mistakes, excellent in the spacing, and perfect counterattack setting up each other. There's just really not much to say. Gen G just don't have much going.
Take what the defense gives you. Karmine Corp has shown that, and Itachi says, watch this.
Well, you see it one more time. 123 kilometers per hour. What's a kilometer? What's a defense? That's the question Karmine are asking. Because they have a commanding lead here on Coliseum, and they are a minute 30 away from sweeping through the quarterfinals.
On an absolute tear. Gen G needing some type of intervention, be it divine or otherwise, to get their way through, and maybe apparently Jack gets the engine started again. He tries to pull his team back from the brink.
All it takes is one, and finally apparently Jack draws first blood for Gen G. It took a bit of time to get going, but a beautiful solo play upfield. It was required in game 2 to break open the offense. They shortened the length between the passes, and they found success. Can they do the same here?
Is it too little too late? But no time to worry about that. Think about the back of that blue net. That's the only place you're trying to get to, and apparently Jack is going to need some help to do it. He runs out of boost, and here comes the KC press. They'll just let Gen G bring him the ball, and in fact, Gen G's not even going to hit it.
Guys, hit downfield, double touch, still not there. Follow up, yes, of course. Exotic gets one right back.
They missed on their counterattack. They missed the ball. They missed the catch on the backboard. Nobody can recover, and they missed getting a hand up to save the open net. Camera, done. Roll the tape, run it back in the offseason. Gen G, this is the end of the road. KC, lights out.
It's got to be so frustrating to play against this blue wall. You work so hard for Gen G, you come so far, but for Karmine Corp, in final form, absolutely deadly. Everyone needs to be on notice. I don't care who they're playing, if they're playing like this, they have a real chance at securing that championship. Under 30 to play. Gen G, their season comes down to this. Flick to the box, Chronic. Off the crossbar, fallout from Noli, and it will fall through. Hold on a moment, we got time on the clock.
Something to work with. Apparently Jack, uncontested, finds Chronic. Vatira finally can't reach something. And Nolly just able to muscle one through the middle of the Karmine Corp defense. 13 seconds, you need a great kickoff here.
Comes down to this one possession. It is a great kickoff. Noli to apparently Jack, but Vatira was waiting. The scout punches it free. The matchup everybody wanted to see. With this win, Karmine Corp will play Vitality in semifinals tomorrow and a beautiful 4-0 sweep against Gen G.